Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Hey there. Ho there. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora is back.
Yo.
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
If you'd like to join us on the telephone, that would be great, just to hear your shining voice. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. Send me a text if you like. That number is 35192. If you want to watch, do that at AlanCoxShow.com. If you listen on iHeartRadio, on the app, you can drop messages there for us as well. And Mary was at Nickelback. She was gone yesterday, so we didn't get the rap on Nickelback.
Good. It was such a fun concert.
Did you guys use your pants feet sign?
No, we left it in the car.
Why?
Because I didn't want to carry it. And Brian was like, well,
why wouldn't he
not,
carry it?
He's like, well, it's not my joke. It's your joke. So if you want to bring it in and carry it, then you can do that. And I was like, well, I don't want to carry this thing around with me all night. And so we ended up not bringing it in. But the concert was incredible.
I mean, the whole point was the sign.
No, the whole point was to enjoy the show.
No, that was your point, not my point.
The whole point was to say.
Hey,
Here's
what?
The thing.
Did anybody else have a pants feet sign?
There was only one other sign, and it was for somebody's birthday. Or no, there were two. One was like, it's my birthday, whatever. And then the other one was a girl in the front row.
It's my birthday. Can you cancel the concert?
Stop, dude. It was so much fun. It was sold out.
My name is Pants Feet, and it is my birthday.
It was sold out.
Yeah.
20,000 people there. It was incredible. But it was like, I'm sure that I have heard concerts sing-alongs, like the crowd singing along as loud as they did. But for whatever reason, it felt so loud. It felt like everyone was screaming at the top of their lungs.
And everybody knows those songs.
Yes. Because I was like, Fall Out Boy was sold out, and like 2 or 3 of Fall Out Boy's biggest hits were loud like that. But it was like 7 songs.
Well, they're not as big as Nickelback, though.
Right. But I'm just saying it was also a sold-out concert.
Right.
But I guess Nickelback songs, they have like the slower, more easier to sing.
Yeah, they're just kind of
Boy.
meat and potatoes. Yeah.
But
even though people somehow can't figure out how to spell Nickelback,
it was such a fun show. And Brian cracked a smirk and gave a head nod at one point. I caught it on camera. I nodded him nodding his head. I said, "Are you having fun right now?"
What was he smirking at?
Well, no, like he was trying to mask the fact that he was not having the worst time of his life, I think.
I see.
But they did play Pants Feet, but he started it with this like this weird intro where he was like, this next song, if we were to play it today, it would most certainly get us canceled. So I thought it was going to be Something in Your Mouth. I don't know if you guys have heard that song.
Sure.
But yeah, it's about a stripper who, teases guys by putting something in her mouth. And so I got excited because I like that song. And then he goes into this big long thing where he was like, yeah, well, nobody's going to cancel me because they've been trying to cancel me for 25 years. And I was like,
shut
no,
up.
they
Well, no, was he
have
goofing
not.
though, or was he being serious?
He was like amping up
This
the
is
crowd.
Chad Kroger?
Yeah, Chad Kroger's like, you can't cancel Nickelback. was like, no one has tried to cancel Nickelback. Like, what are you talking about?
Well, not in the way that cancel culture is being talked about, but plenty of people have
They've
wanted.
crapped on 'em,
yes,
yeah.
that's
But
probably
that's
what
not
he
canceling.
means.
That's not canceling, but
No,
that might
he's-
be what he's talking about.
He's just using the parlance of the day, but there have
Yeah.
been plenty of people that would be happy if Nickelback went away, but
So
those people just don't like fun, apparently.
Well, the line that I liked is that he did the thing about, screw cancel culture. I like writing funny songs. I like writing songs about, having something in your mouth and things like that. And
A lot
then,
of their songs are funny.
well, I'm just telling you what
yeah.
he said.
No, I understand.
And then he's like, I'm glad to be around a group of people who can take a joke. And then he goes, I'm the lead singer of Nickelback. You think I can't take a joke?
Well, of course.
And that made me laugh really hard that I was like, okay, he's self-aware. Like, he knows what they are. He knows what people think about them. But then after that whole cancel culture talk, he put pants feet,
yeah.
which I didn't think this song's that offensive.
Well, no, he was probably setting it all up because he's probably just goofing around.
I forget what the real version of the song is.
It's
I
love
like
your
your
photograph?
pants around your feet.
No,
It's the other one that's
I like the way you're looking up at me and
it's
the way
Figured
you
You
still
Out
say
is
please
the name of the song.
Okay.
while
Fig-
you're begging on your knees. Like, it's about sex.
Figured You
Oh,
Out
that's what
is
it's
the
about?
song.
I thought it was like about a dog trying to get a treat.
That's
No,
why
no,
he's
no.
so funny, Bill, because there's so much subtext
Right.
to the
Yeah.
songs.
Because
that
putting
you-
pants on a dog is funny.
Oh,
What
that's
is
not
that?
it. That's Bo Matthews' kid.
Oh, Alex Angelo.
It's a good song.
It's not as good as Pants Feet version, though.
The dirt
I mean,
that's
again,
on your
the
knees.
guy
Again, these
can-
songs don't do anything for me.
Which is fine. It doesn't have
I know,
to.
I know you love them, but like I hear these and I go, okay.
Well, I was
The guy
listening-
can write a song. He's a
Dude.
good. Again, it's not high art, but he can write hit songs.
Yes.
And that's all that matters if you're a band out there selling tickets and albums. Write hit songs.
And everyone was having a good time. And Brian was saying Brian actually enjoyed Brantley Gilbert. But here's what I'm going to give you guys. So love this for all that it's worth, okay? Brantley Gilbert was the opener, who's a country dude. He's a little harder country, so it's like rock country. He's wearing a Sig Sauer shirt, like tatted up, super hot. But so he's doing the opening slot, and he had, I think, 45 minutes in his opening slot.
And how many covers?
5.
Wait, how many what?
Cover songs.
5
cover songs. Oh.
At
Again,
one
we weren't
point-
making this up.
No,
There's nothing.
I know,
there's
I
nothing
know.
for us
We-
to claim victory.
We know
on.
this because of you.
Right. Well, that's what I was
And that's
saying.
what you thought concerts were.
Well, I was just shocked when I started going to rock shows and there were no cover songs. So Brian looks at me, and by like the third or fourth, they covered a Korn song. And by one point,
Which one?
I wouldn't even know it if you played it. Actually, I can probably look up the set list and let you know.
Freak on a Leash.
No, what? That's Alice in Chains. I
That
thought.
is not Alice in Chains,
That's not.
Mary. That's Korn. You're thinking of
Who
Man
are
in
you,
the
me?
Box.
yeah.
You're
Who
thinking
are
of
you, me?
you're thinking of Bleed the Freak from Alice in Chains.
Oh wait, that's St. Paul, Minnesota. Yeah, they did. Oh, his set list wasn't posted. It's like the only
okay.
one. Anyway, so by the Korn cover, Brian looked at me and goes, "Does this dude have any original music?" And I was like, "The thing is that he does, but he already played his 4 hits. So now he's playing a song he wrote for Jason Aldean, because he'd written a lot of songs too. And then he covered Korn. He covered like 4 or 5 different songs. But then Brian was saying how Brantley Gilbert and his band were better musicians than Nickelback, that they were doing harder things, and they were more impressive as musicians.
All of them suck.
Okay. Well, no, Brian's a drummer. He would
Yeah.
know. Nickelback, listen, again, Nickelback is meat and potatoes rock and roll. It's a handful of chords. These guys are not
That's
up there.
exactly what Brian
And that's
said.
fine. Like
He was
if
like,
you,
it's like 3 chords.
you can rule the world being an amazing bar band.
Yeah.
You can rule the world doing that.
Yeah.
The
so
biggest bands in the world, AC/DC.
that's what
Right,
I
yeah.
said. I said, isn't AC/DC like 3 chords? He's like, yeah, but
Yes.
it's different.
Well,
No, it's just a different
not.
generation's
Yeah.
Nickelback. It's
Right.
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 I feel about this, like, AC/DC has some songs that I like a little more than Nickelback, but they're also not something that I'm like, I can't wait to see AC/DC.
Well-
like, it's just not, that's just not the kind of stuff.
Well, Nickelback is part of an
I like
article that
talk
broke.
singers.
Nickelback is part of an article that broke today about bands that got millions of dollars in COVID money. So now they're getting dragged for
Oh.
that.
I didn't know that. But,
Nobody did until today, but there it is, and I don't think anybody will care.
Um,
Bigger fish to fry.
I posted the video of me losing my absolute mind to Burn It to the Ground.
Yeah, except you misspelled Nickelback. You don't even
I
know
put
how
the
to
hashtag-
spell
no.
the name of the band you're going to see.
I put the hashtag like NIC, and then I just clicked the first one that popped up that had the most views on it. And then once I
Nevertheless,
posted it,
a lot of people apparently don't know how, which means they don't know how to spell nickel, which is a fundamental unit of monetary currency.
You're not listening to what I'm saying. I posted like NICK and then just clicked the first one. I wasn't paying attention to where the L and the E were placed.
This is what I'm saying.
So it's not that I don't know how to spell it. I was lazy and just clicked the first one.
No, I'm saying a lot of people don't know how to spell it. That's why the misspelling auto-corrected.
Yeah.
Right.
But I lasted about a minute dancing as hard as I could, and then I was like, I can't breathe.
My
heart rate was 190. But I was like, I wanted to keep that. I love that song, and they sounded so good. Like whether you're not a Nickelback fan or whatever, they sounded identical to when you hear them in the studio. Like they were amazing sound-wise. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
his
it's
voice
just guitars and amps.
But I'm saying his voice was like perfect.
Oh, yeah.
It sounded identical.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
overall.
anyway, so you had a good time.
Fantastic time. Very, very, very fun. Check
The
out the
sign,
video.
completely wasted. In the car.
My trainer, who's also Mary's trainer, goes, "Did Mary go to Nickelback as a joke?" I go, "No, Mary's very white trash."
That's the other thing. So, Brian, I'm singing every word to like, I would say there was maybe 3 or 4 songs in their entire set that I did not know every word to. And Brian looked at me and goes, "You love this." I was like, "I told you that I loved this. I almost bought a shirt with cuss words on it. That's how much I loved it. It was really cool. I know we got to go right.
Effing back.
No. It was a bottle. So it's a 3/4 length like baseball tee. And so there was a bottle on it and it said, "That shrimp makes me bat shrimp crazy."
Yeah.
And I looked at Brian and I was like, "Are we crossing the line into curse words on T-shirts?" And he was like, "I really don't think you need that." I was like, all right.
I
But I was in the merch line when I decided I didn't need cuss words on my shirt.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We only have that one in triple XL.
Right.
That's our most popular size. All right, I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for something, 35192. Listen wherever you are on that iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio
which leaves me.
I'm asking for your forgiveness.
Aftershock Season 2, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, David Harbour, and Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Listen to Aftershock on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Alan Cox Show.
Hey, how you feeling? You okay?
WMMS.
Buzzard Radio.
Two 216-578-1007. You want to join us live? 800-348-1007. 35192. Send me a text. Who's helping out in the video department today at AlanCoxShow.com? Bartholomew Thangstanker. Bartholomew Thangstanker. Hey, Thangstanker to you for your assistance. Much appreciated. Your Cleveland Guardians are playing tonight, I think, right? They're starting up the weekend series in Tampa at Tropicana Field against the Tampa Bay Rays, who are a pretty good baseball team now. Man, you can't always say that about them, but they're second in their division, as are the Guardians. So it's a battle of the number twos. Tonight, Guardians in Tampa.
Been there, man.
The battle of the number twos.
Yeah.
Who does number two work for? Right. Well, that situation will come for all of us, I imagine. Battle of the number twos. I had a good one this morning, though, boy.
I just had one.
I've been just now. You had one
in the break.
Yeah, I had my schedule's been a little bit off because I go 3 times a day, and for whatever reason, I've been a little unsteady on my feet the last few days. I'm not sure why, but it's really thrown off.
Did you change your diet up at all?
No.
You like eating more or less?
Less, maybe.
That'll do
yeah,
it.
maybe. Right.
I've been on a real, regimented food plan. So, my poops are very healthy right now. Nice coils.
And you can
Got
set your
them
watch by
coils
them,
going.
probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I'm eating right, it's like morning, right before the show ends, and then before bed.
Morning, right before the show ends, and then, okay. Yeah. Anyway, Guardians.
I'm just sharing. You're just helping.
Guardians tonight. 6:40, right after we roll out, we'll get right into your first pitch. First of 3 against the Rays. Hey, Jenny.
Hey there.
What's up?
Oh, not much. Yeah, screw the Guardians. I'm excited for the Browns preseason game tonight. But I wanted to know, I was asking sports talker Cody Brown, if I come show my boobs out the window, can I win some floating Fandango tickets?
Yeah, first person, the standing offer is that the first person to do it will get a pair of tickets.
Well, conveniently, I live on Euclid Avenue downtown, so I'm about a 2-minute walk.
Oh, good for you.
Come dump them out.
Put up or shut up.
Dump them out.
All right. Well, me and my ladies will come and say hello.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Why were you asking Poundcake, though? Because he's not in charge of that.
He's just screening the phone.
She was asking me.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Whether or not it's worthwhile, or if I should just, I guess you guys would win either way. You either get free boobs or you get free boobs and I get tickets, so.
Yeah,
all right.
No one stepped up to the plate.
Yeah, again, it's not a win-win for us. It's a,
what you working with, Jen?
Pretty great, so it's a win-win.
Win-win. Gotcha. Okay, well,
All
thank
right,
you.
thanks,
Okay,
guys.
thank you,
Take the show.
Jenny. You too.
Yeah, you come down here with some mosquito bites. Alan's going to slap him with the fly swatter.
I'm ready. I got it.
There they are.
No, I'm all ready. No, listen, once you get to be an adult man, you have to remember, ladies, that it's very easy to overestimate the impact of naked breasts on a man. Right?
I thought they were always cool.
Breasts are great. Listen, granted, I'm an ass man, but I love breasts, right? Boobies are dynamite. But a lot of women have this notion that, it's this massive gift, no matter what they've got, that if you see them, you're going to be on cloud 9. And it's just not the case.
Let me defend that, because that is what we are told.
That's what you're told when we're all teenagers and when we're all coming of age. Well, yes, there are some animals out there too who will, any little bit of side boob will make it move. But
I think it's done in an attempt to make women who are a little insecure about what they have feel better, because I've I only have larger boobs when I'm gaining weight. Like, I'm normally around like a B cup if I'm at the weight I want to be. And I've had insecurities about it. And guys will be like, no, all boobs are great. Any boobs you see are fantastic. Like, don't feel bad about yourself. So I feel like I've heard that.
Well, those are
more
guys
than anything.
That's all positive. Those are guys showing their body positivity.
Yeah, where they're
right?
like, boobs are fantastic no matter what. If you get to see a set of boobs, it's a good day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I've
Well,
heard
we'll see
that
what
more
she's
than
got.
the opposite.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, no guy's going to say, don't show me your boobs, whatever you do.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, when you show up,
Nobody's going to do that. But
It's not
again,
gonna, you're right. It's not going to have the impact it would have on a 17-year-old. But I don't think any guy's going to be like, ugh, get him away.
Oh, no. Every guy has seen breasts he wish he hadn't seen.
Really?
Of course.
There's bad ones?
This is my point. There's a difference between being body positive, which is kind of a generic don't criticize people thing, which I think overall is a good thing, and your own personal quiet judgments on someone's body, right?
Is that Jen? Oh, no, it's an old man.
With his shirt on. Oh, so that Browns game is here tonight?
Yeah, it's home at
I didn't know that.
Downtown's going to be nuts tonight because
I didn't know
there's
that.
a show at Jacobs Pavilion that's sold out, I
What
believe.
is it?
It's something like Rufus the DJ or something. I don't know who he is.
I learned my lesson.
I don't know who he is, but I just know
Oh, it is Rufus Du Sol, a DJ set. Yeah.
Rufus.
I have to change the way in which I go home now. Again, like Thursdays and Fridays, I'm probably going to go home like down 90 rather than taking the shoreway because it is pandemonium going over that bridge onto like West 25th to get onto the shoreway.
If you're trying to
Thursday
get there, it's just when there's something at Jacobs Pavilion because last night was Mastodon and Gojira, so there was a big line of cars.
Which is usually Thursdays and Fridays when something's going on there.
Right, but if you just go straight down Detroit and get on to the shoreway at 49th, it adds like 2 minutes.
Well, I'm talking about literally just going over the bridge. It took me because I had Orange Theory at 8.
Well, don't go in the other lane.
It was still, I did.
My God.
I ended up going, I had to turn down West 25th and go down on the freeway because I'm like, everywhere was packed. No one could, like one person blocked the intersection, so no other lane could move. So it was backed
So you
up.
must have been like just behind me because I got around that, but I could see that piling up because people are dumb.
So I was like already, when people were turning on to the shoreway in the turning lane, that was backed up. So I was like, oh, well, screw that. I'll cut somebody off later on. So I get all the way up there and in the straight lane, and I couldn't even do that because people were in the middle of the intersection.
Get out of the straight lane.
You have no business in the straight lane
lane,
anyway.
man.
Not for
Stay
you.
in your own lane.
Well, I ended up turning left anyway, so it didn't matter. I had to cut somebody into another lane. I was like, nope, I'm not doing that towards the end of the week because
definitely want to go an opposite way or a different way tonight because of between the Browns game and the show at Jacobs Pavilion.
Rufus Del Sol.
Yeah.
Du Sol.
Du Sol.
D-O.
An
Well,
Aussie dance trio. Oh, well, no wonder that's sold out.
So, Buddy Guy is there tomorrow? I thought he was dead.
No, Buddy
He's
Guy's awesome.
87.
Yes, he's great. He still tours. Every time I'm home, we go to Buddy Guy's Legends. That club, man, is just unbelievable.
I for sure thought he was dead. Maybe I'll go to
Well, what are
You're
you
thinking
gonna
of
do?
Guy Buddy.
this. Oh, am I?
Guy
You're
Buddy's
thinking of
dead.
My Buddy, the old,
and he
doll.
deserves to die. And
My
he deserves to rot
Buddy.
in hell.
Yeah, that's right.
He's born in 1936.
Buddy Guy's dynamite.
that a
And
long
by the
time ago?
way, beware of the. It's going to be bumper to bumper traffic in Lakewood tonight too, because I'm going to be at Game On. So it's going to be
Hey.
everybody trying to win tickets for the Alan Cox Show cruise. I
was
at
last
Dina's.
night.
It was great. It's nuts to butts.
You have the pizza.
I was amazed at how many. No, I was amazed at how many people I had to explain Battleship to.
Now, wait a minute. I also had a question about this because did you play like the board game Battleship?
No,
or
he shot
drinking?
missiles at listeners.
I don't
and
know
if they
the-
survive, they got a ticket.
I don't know the drinking game Battleship.
See, that's what I
I
figured.
can't legally play a drinking game for prizes with customers.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I figured you didn't know it, but the way that my friends and I played it is it's essentially 100-cup beer pong. So you set up a 10 by 10 square, right? And then you make your battleships
Gotcha.
the same that you would a 2, a 3, 2 4s, but they're cups, and those have shots of liquor in them. and then the other 82 cups are all beer.
Nope.
Man, just drink. Why do you
Well,
have
you
that
would play
stuff?
on teams of like 5. So you use like a case of beer and half a bottle of liquor, and you play. It's an all-night game.
It takes so long to get drunk. I don't get just drink.
And that, yeah.
Sit in the corner on the couch and look angry
It's
and
really
drink
fun game,
by
though.
yourself like a real person. No, we were playing Battleship. And so there's 2 Battleship things, right? So the one that they look at, I'm on one side of the table and I've got my boats. And they have theirs. All they have to do, because I'm not putting boats on there. Theirs is blank. All they need to give me is a letter and a number, right? Letter and a number. And I'll tell them if it's a hit or a miss. Simple. You hit, you got tickets. You miss, nothing, right? So a lot of people there, I said, you can do it once an hour because I was there for 2 hours. I couldn't have people standing there going, B3, B4, B5.
Yeah.
Like that's no fun. It's not fair, whatever. So, but boy, I really had to, I go, what? I go, I just need a letter and a number. I go, you know Battleship, right? They go, yeah. One guy was like, A49. I go, they don't go that high. A to J, 1 through 10. But it was great. It was fun. I haven't been to Dina's in 10 years, so it was a lot of fun. It was great. And a lot of those people who lost said they were going to come to Lakewood tonight. So,
Are you doing that again? Is it Battleship again?
Battleship
tonight?
again, baby. 8 to 10 tonight. Game on in Lakewood. So we'll see you there. And Alan Cox Show cruise tickets for August 26th on the Nautica Queen, which everybody keeps telling me is retired. And I go, I know, but this is the boat that they say we're going to be on. So that's the information that I'm going with. You can leave us messages anytime. Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903.
So I heard that Poundcake doesn't like a harmonica. Stopped on the way home. Hear what I bought.
He took his headphones
One
off.
of these days I'll send you a full song. And also, Bill, you got to listen to Sisters of Mercy Vision Thing. I know you don't want to hear people to give you more music to listen to. And meanwhile, listen to this, Cody.
Yeah, because I was playing
Sisters of Mercy.
I was playing, Vision Thing. I was playing a Springsteen yesterday a little bit, and Poundcake was like, as soon as he heard the harmonica. So there's Carlos in Miami, I think. Do you like Sisters of Mercy? Why did he drop that one in?
I don't know. He just said it.
Sisters of Mercy Vision Thing. This is like their 34th album, I think. I like Sisters of Mercy. I wonder why he threw that one out. Looking for a can at the candy store. I don't know if that's what he said.
He said cat.
Looking for a cat at the candy store. Yeah. Not a good album. Maybe I should dig back into Sisters of Mercy. It's not a band I think of very often, but they were a very, very big deal in the 80s and early 90s. They were one of the first bands to protest against their record company by refusing to put out new material. The Sisters of Mercy. Now, that's not going to do much for your new material.
Hurt them?
Well, yeah, but that's why you got it. There is no, you can't get anywhere without pain, right? And sometimes you have to inflict it on yourself. If it's an easy process, then there's nothing to gain. There is no easy protest in any area of the arts. What?
As 3 Days Grace said,
Here we
pain, I like it rough.
Yeah.
If I never feel pain,
Yeah.
I'd feel nothing at all.
That's right. That is what they said, isn't it? Oh, 3 Days Grace. Yep.
I've been listening to nothing but 2000s rock playlists.
That is right up your alley, isn't it?
It is.
Yep.
It's been Nickelback and Fall Out Boy
That
and 3 Days Grace.
3-chord
Breaking Benjamin.
Nickelback Shine Down. Shine Down's a little bit
Shine
more.
Down, Crossfade. No,
Oh,
cross.
God,
Is it Crossfade? Yeah.
What I really want to say.
I'm sorrowful.
That was their big hit 20
Cold.
years ago.
That's a good one.
Crossfade.
Hinder. It's
Wow.
all those bands, man.
Looking back, I see.
Yes. Switchfoot.
Ah.
Looking back at me.
So good.
I had to play this junk in Pittsburgh. But,
This was,
man.
I'm telling you, man.
Looking back, I see.
Literally this whole week in order to amp up for Nickelback and then now post Nickelback.
How are you
This
going
is
to get
all
ready for
I've been
Nickelback?
listening to.
I'm going to listen to bands that sounds exactly like them
Yes.
is what I'm going to do.
Looking back at me, I see that I never really got it right.
3 Doors Down.
Yeah. If I go crazy.
It's all so good.
Still call me Mr. Man.
Mr. Man. Skillet. You listen to
Yes,
Skillet?
dude, those are all the bands that are showing up on these
God.
playlists, and I'm like, it's stuff I haven't listened to in 20 years. I'm
Yeah,
like,
I get
this
it.
is good.
I get it.
There's like a 2000s rock anthems running playlist. And when
Wow, how many more adjectives
I
can they
know.
work in there?
When you put on a running playlist, there's no breaks in between the songs. They just fade one out and fade one in.
Oh, really?
To keep you running. Yeah.
They're worried that 2-second break in between songs might
It's
get
not
people
even
off
2
their...
seconds. It's like like it goes
Right into the next
it,
song,
but-
yeah.
That's what they do, and I've been having that on repeat.
Are you running?
No, I'm just listening to it in my car.
I love this running playlist. Oh, does it really keep you going? No, I just listen to it in my car.
180 beats per minute.
I blare it when I see a jogger. I roll my window down and I blare it. Hey, there you go. I hold a cup of water out of my driver's side door and they grab it and they have a great time. Theory of a Dead Man, that was probably
Yes.
in there too.
Theory of a Dead Man is good.
More Bullet for My Valentine. I hope you got some of that. I'll have tickets for them later on. We got
there
some
was
Five
one.
Finger Death Punch in there.
But Brantley Gilbert said he did a song with Five Finger Death Punch.
Everybody has done a song with Five Finger Death Punch, yeah.
Because during his I've written songs for other people set, he was like, oh, here's one that I did for Five Finger Death Punch. And I was like, I didn't know he was writing for like
Well, that's
that.
also a flex only at a Nickelback show because he's not going to be doing a Brantley Gilbert country show and go, here's a song I did for Five Finger Death Punch. The
Right.
crowd's going to be like, what? Who is that part of Carrie Underwood?
That was a good show.
From Ashes to New. Are they on that?
No,
Oh,
AFI.
God.
I'm looking through it. AFI, Linkin Park. But then there's like Def Leppard and Metallica.
Oh,
and,
all
you
right.
know,
Well,
there's
there you go.
Creed.
Sure. So when Creed reunites, I bet you're going to go see them then.
I actually don't think I know that many Creed songs.
Well, but you don't
I know
have to. They're right
Yeah,
up
you
your
know
alley.
one, yeah.
Right
I know
up
With
your
Arms
alley.
Wide Open. I know
You know
Higher.
Higher.
Yeah, My Sacrifice.
My Own Prison. You know all those. I created my own prison. Yeah, you'll go see them.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that many.
Okay, let me take a break here. I will have Bullet for My Valentine tickets for you later on. If that is on your personal running playlist, do that around 5:20. Tickets for The Offspring for you as well. Put you on the cruise, get you set up for Disturbed later on. Comedian Christopher Titus is going to join us later on. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. And another trip to Vegas later on, too. I'll have a keyword to put you out at our iHeartRadio Music Festival. That's coming up around 5:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Hey, it's Rover. If you missed something on RMG
kilos that wash up onto the shore and get stolen by some tourists, or they get fished up by the mayor of Tampa, the cartel, they're going to go, okay, well, that's just the cost of doing business. But $600 million worth of cocaine is, that's going to put a target on your back. You're going to end up in a shallow grave if you were the guy that was in charge of that operation. They said the drugs, which have been destroyed, wink, wink, were hidden in a container.
Destroyed or used, whatever.
Uh-huh. Were hidden in a container of bananas from Ecuador. You'd think by now they would know. They're checking all the bananas, man.
It's usually tarantulas.
They're always checking the bananas. Well, yeah, there are banana spiders, named for obvious reasons, but those banana spiders are also, to the untrained eye, very, very similar to another kind of spider that one of the side effects of their bite, their venom, is a long, prolonged, painful erection because it dilates the blood vessels, this venom, right? It won't kill you. And so there was some clickbait going around a couple of days ago that this store overseas shut down. They got everybody out and they shut down because somebody saw one of these spiders on a banana. And I think it ended up just being a regular banana spider, but the story was that it was identified as this other spider. But the log line of the story that was making everybody pay attention was the prolonged erections.
Fox News' headline says, spider with erection-inducing bite shuts down supermarket.
So, again, that's a fun clickbaity thing. That's not what it does. Right. Erection-inducing spider.
That's hilarious.
So, Dutch Customs, you figure out of, there's no way that they just threw all that coke into the fire, right? I mean, it's a lot. I'll show you the picture here on the live stream. That is a lot of cocaine.
Hell yeah, man.
A lot.
Hell
yeah.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, okay. Tony Montana back there.
Hell yeah.
Say hello to my little friend.
I meant to ask earlier.
Yeah.
Was there an imprint on the? Is there an imprint on the window now?
Yes.
Where they were?
There's two boobs, and you can see her nipples.
Yep.
If I were to go stand behind it with my black shirt on, you would be able to see the white outline.
Yep.
So literally, people are gonna follow suit. Like
it looks like when they have a fly under a microscope.
Yeah. Like this guy's got a black shirt on. He walks by, you can see two boob marks.
Yep.
I sent you her info.
Thank
Alan.
you.
It says boobs for ticks.
There you go. Very well delivered.
She killed, dude. She's
Jenny,
tiny,
yep.
too. I went out there. I was like, you have a great body. Look
She's
at
got
you.
some slops, but she's
slops.
Well, she did. Like they weren't perky, but
were big.
But they were big, but they
were hardy.
They weren't down to her waist or anything like that.
But she's got a small frame.
Yes,
She's
very small frame.
Those are good dump out boobs. They're gonna get some bounce to them.
She goes, when I went out there to get her information, she goes, my boyfriend said this was okay as long as I don't get arrested.
Right.
I was like, I don't think you're going to get
That's
arrested.
his way of telling her, if you do get arrested, don't call me.
Boyfriend, tickets rescinded.
Bill was hoping I would forward the phone number.
No, I don't either.
Boyfriend.
My dance card's pretty full. I'm good.
Oh, this guy? Are you real? Is that why Emo Bill is on the show today?
I just didn't put any product in my hair today.
You want me to put it in a ponytail for you?
Yeah, please.
Are you serious?
Yeah, try.
Okay. Your dance card is full, though?
You're gonna do are you gonna do a top knot on him?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I gotta get a ponytail holder.
Uh-huh.
I just gotta get one real quick out of my purse. My Mary Poppins bag here.
You got your crappy comb.
I do, but I have a good comb too.
Why don't you throw the old one away?
I don't know yet. It's a nostalgia, probably. You know.
Coming your mom.
All right.
It starts with purses and it goes from there.
Hold on, let me get these.
You don't need those off all the way. I know what I'm doing.
I just moved them back.
Look at you, Bill. You can do something with this. You're gonna look like Pebbles.
From Bam Bam to Pebbles, the Bill Squire story.
There you go. Nice.
Why come you didn't get all the hair? There's
it's like, what's going on there?
There's like so much.
You gotta comb it up from the sides.
I didn't see that.
And
part.
gather it up.
There we go. Alan, I'm.
God, Mary, you act like you've never combed hair before.
It doesn't seem like you do.
I didn't see that that part.
You have nieces and a kind of stepdaughter and.
Sorry.
Good
I was
grief.
also coming at it from an angle.
Uh-huh.
Do you want a pony or you want me to do a little bun?
I don't think there's enough there for a bun.
No,
but,
she could do like a little bun.
A little
I could do
sprout
like a-
up there.
Like a little, like a little of that.
Oh, I see. There you go.
Samurai.
Oh, yo, Jimbo. Samurai Bill.
It reminds me of Rikishi, the wrestler.
Yeah.
No, was it Rikishi?
I think it was Rikishi.
Where he'd put his butt on people and like smother them?
Yes,
or
that
whatever?
was Rikishi.
Uh-huh. Now, let's see if you can.
Arigato.
Let's see if you can smother Poundcake with your butt now.
Get up here.
No,
Yeah.
please don't.
Oh, come on.
No.
You don't want to have a little fun
No.
on a Friday? You don't want him to try to smother you with his butt?
Nope.
You could probably put the thing in front of it, your headphones, unless they're not, are they uncomfortable? Yeah, you'll still see it. There you go.
The thing is, I know people that wear their hair this
I
way.
was going to
Yeah,
ask
it's
if
like-
you're going to become one of these guys now.
No, I don't
Top
think
knot
so.
guy?
Yeah.
I have.
You man bun dude?
I can bring you in the tiny little rubber bands. What are they called? They're like no.
I know how to buy things.
I have 3,000 of them.
Okay.
Blake went into a heavy phase of letting me do her hair for about a month. So I bought a bunch of different color of these tiny little rubber bands, and then now she doesn't want anything but a ponytail.
Sometimes
anymore.
those can get really hard to get out.
It's
too.
better.
No,
when-
they're like
the
the
little
no
man bun's
stick
better than
ones.
when it's just flopping around. Like
Yeah.
it looks better this way, but yeah, I think this is a one day only event.
Oh, yeah? All right.
What if it keeps your skull so nice and
What if it
cool?
keeps your dance card full?
Or your dance card full? What does that even mean?
It means that his dance card is full. Do you know what a dance card is?
No, that's what I'm asking.
Back in the day, a dance card, old timey, is you would write the names down of the people who wanted to dance with you next.
Where?
And so like at hoedowns and dances and crap. So the saying became, my dance card is pretty full, meaning there's a lot of people who want to try to smother me with their butts or whatever. Hey, Phil.
Hey, what's going on, Alan?
What's up, Phil?
Hey, you guys are talking about the banana spider that causes painful erections for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
I had a quick question. If maybe if you read a little bit further or not, I don't know if you can answer this or not. Is it painful for you or painful for her?
Well, it's going to be painful for you if you have a long, prolonged period of an erection. I mean, that's why those pharmaceutical commercials say if your erection lasts more than 4 hours, you better get to a doctor because it's keeping all the blood from other parts of your body.
I was just kind of hoping it was going to be more along the lines of like a kid holding an apple. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. Yes. It sounds like you've got a full dance card, Phil.
Sure, man.
Right. Okay. Thank you. There's Phil. No, it's not. And by the way, that would still be painful for you if it was painful for her. If it just won't go down.
I think he's talking about like if it's so big and so.
Oh, I know what he's talking about, but that's not gonna be comfortable. If you're outside your normal parameters because you got bitten by the erection-inducing spider.
So the medical term for that,
priapism.
priapism. I was like, priapism?
Dr. Ryan Berglund has mentioned that on a number of occasions when people talk about C-rings. He's like, yeah, unless you can't get it off, and then you got real problems.
Yeah.
No, I have to think, though, that venom has to be part of whatever the pharmaceutical companies cook up, right? Like, if they go, oh, here's something that occurs in nature that induces erections. I mean, Pfizer is going to be setting up camp in the Amazon looking for these stupid spiders.
Well,
they're probably
but
the ones that shut down the grocery store.
does it have other adverse effects? Like, does it make you feel sick and
Yeah,
nauseous and all that?
I think
or-
all the regular ones, like heart palpitations, whatever you would normally associate with spider venom, I think that's probably the case. It's just that's
also boner.
Also boner. That's less exciting than erection-inducing spider bite. There's a guy who this is in Iran. Iran and Iraq have had a wild week with respect to gay people. Poundcake talks about how he wants to go all these places around the world, and many of those are in the Middle East. He wants to go to Dubai, and he wants to go to Tel Aviv, and all this kind of stuff. And you always have to, even though those places very much want to be open to tourists, you still got to be down with what the local laws are and the local customs, and that's jammed a lot of people up. There's a guy in Iran who is the guy in charge of enforcing like anti-homosexual stuff and enforcing the hijab law. And he got suspended because there's a video showing him having gay sex.
Ooh.
And, boy, it's always the very first people you suspect who get into these things. But you talk about a hijab, Bill.
I get it. Gay sex.
Well, he is. I'll tell you what. Speaking of hijabs, so I am in my car, and I'm coming around. I'm leaving work the other night, and I'm at the light where right by the Romo Fijo there, like the at that T between Ontario and I don't know the streets, whatever, between the Jack Casino and the Romo Fijo there. I'm sitting at the red light. I'm getting ready to go, and the car next to me, the woman riding shotgun, is in a hijab. I mean, this gorgeous woman in the passenger looked like Kim Kardashian in a hijab, right? Like all I can see is her face. Riding shotgun. In the car, nothing fancy. Looked like an 09 Camry or something, right? So we're sitting there and I look over. The guy driving looks over and sees me, see her. At least I think he does. So I turn my head because I'm not trying to stare at his woman. It could be his sister. I don't know. I don't need like an honor killing, right there at the intersection. And so, but I can't help myself. And so I look over again. And he's still looking at me. So then I'm pretending like I wasn't looking at her, And so then he rolls the windows up and they're tinted so I can't see anything anymore. But I was like, oh my God. Unleash this gorgeous woman. I get that it's a cultural thing and it's but oh my goodness. She's just sitting there on her phone playing around.
You better stay away, you European man.
Who, me?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not a European man, Cody. Do you know where I live?
But you're white.
I am white. Wait, what?
In his mind.
Oh, I've got to get some mirrors in my house. What?
I said in his mind, you're from Europe.
I am an infidel. Yeah. Well, actually, I don't know what's in his mind. I mean, I'm not saying that.
What exactly does an infidel mean? Does that just mean like non-believers? What is that?
Will you tell me?
I don't know. I just said, is it a non-believer or just a godless person? What is it?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
That's right. That's why the word infidelity is so funny, because the root word of that is godless, like to even engage in something other than a person you're with is an utterly godless act. You're not adhering to whatever. Although in a lot of cases, you're an infidel if you just don't believe their religion. That's usually what it is, right? Especially in the Middle East. You can have your own beliefs. Doesn't matter. Kind of like here. All the Christian fascists who want to start a theocracy over here. Kind of like that. So it's really not, nobody's cornered the market on that so far. But this woman was gorgeous. Prolonged but painful erections have also been caused by Ann Coulter, I'm being told on text. That can't possibly be the case. I don't think Ann Coulter has ever induced an erection in anyone. Right?
I don't know.
She's too bony for my tastes.
I gotta look her up.
Is she married?
Ann Coulter, no. I think she was engaged a couple of times, but she's never been married.
I can't imagine her being like...
Is she hot?
I don't think so.
I'm looking
no.
at pictures of her.
I don't even see her on things anymore. I mean, like during
she
got famous from the Clinton thing back in the day, and then she was always doing stuff. But kind of in the age of like Fox News, I think she got out crazied by Fox News, by like Tommy Lahren and Megyn Kelly.
Super skinny.
Yeah. And I don't even know if she does stuff anymore. She ended up turning on Trump early.
I think that's what happens.
Probably what it is. Yeah.
I guess, but there's more. Maybe she'll come back into the fold. But even before that, she wasn't. She was kind of waning. I don't know. Because, those people, like, they have books ghost written for them. They'll just jot some things down, and that's how these people crank out a book twice a year. And she was kind of doing that. And it was a lot of, like, it was like clickbait, but in print. And so, if you're ever on those, right-wing writers have really long book titles. Like, if you ever run into a liberal, run the other way, and other hilarious stories, that kind of stuff. But I don't know where Ann Coulter is these days. But this person, she's boner-inducing. Erection-inducing spiders at the Agora this weekend, too. Sold out, so don't get over there. What, Cody?
She's not awful looking. Like, especially there's pictures of her, like, when she was younger. She was kind of good looking in a weird way.
Good looking in a weird way.
Well, skeleton-faced white person, so
that's what he
on
likes.
the way to being.
That's Poundcake's jam.
Yeah.
She's like, if you put Kushner in a wig, you'd be into that. And that's okay. I've got a break here. I'll have those Offspring tickets for you. They're on a tour called Let the Bad Times Roll. And it's Sum 41 and it's Simple Plan on the run with them. And it's a couple of weeks away. It's Tuesday, the 22nd, out at Blossom. So if you want to go, we'll do that coming back.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play The Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances. Foo Fighters,
Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown, Lil Wayne, Lil Durk, Miguel, Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott, Tim McGraw,
TLC,
30 Seconds to Mars, never before seen collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
the iHeartRadio Music Festival.
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
Capital One is a proud partner of the iHeartRadio Music Festival for the 7th year in a row, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
from the Universal Windows Direct Weather
asking for your forgiveness. Aftershock Season 2, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, David Harbour, and Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Listen to Aftershock on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, you want to go see Offspring? They're back on the road on the Let the Bad Times Roll tour. Bringing Simple Plan and Sum 41 with them. Sum 41 getting ready to wrap up their career, by the way. So, might be the last time you see them out. It's going to be a week from Tuesday. It's the 22nd of this month out at Blossom. All the tickets, the info, everything else you might want, you can go to livenation.com. You'll get my last pair this week. Caller 10. Good luck. 2 for the Offspring. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
What feels great to do is absolutely free, can be done by yourself, and yet no one ever mentions it.
It's the Alan Cox Show
On the Buzzard.
WMMS.
I forgot Poundcake had to get a winner. I would have loved to have gotten his take on this song. Mary knows who this is, though.
Yeah. Stevie Nicks.
You're absolutely correct.
It's Fleetwood Mac?
There you go. I knew you had it in you.
Had to get there.
I think Fleetwood Mac's done, though. I don't know what the state of Fleetwood Mac. Of course, Christine McVie died a little bit ago, and so that gets rid of the kind of core of that group. But Mick Fleetwood had a restaurant on Maui, and the whole thing is gone. And it was full of rock and roll memorabilia. It was full of, like, photos that, it was like a rock and roll restaurant that had all kinds of stuff on it. It's called, they had Fleetwood's General Store in there. They had a drum kit of his. Sammy Hagar has like a rock and roll road trip show, and he went to the restaurant a while ago, and they were kind of going through everything that's there.
Upstairs, we've got handcrafted cocktails, we've got culinary excellence, casual, elegant atmosphere. Down here in the gallery and in the store, it was created a year after the restaurant opened because people wanted to take a little bit of something home. Morrison Hotel Gallery, the first gallery opened up 15 years ago.
Anyway, that whole thing is gone. Mick Fleetwood's Maui restaurant, along with a lot of other things. We heard from our Honolulu bureau chief yesterday and said that they didn't really have too much going on there. But Lahaina, we were talking about, we had a bureau chief in Lahaina, and that town has been just destroyed. That's where Mary had been.
Yeah, when we went whale watching, we went up to Lahaina, and that's where I think they said it's once a year that the whales migrate up there after they have their calves. So they get a ton of tourism from that, and they're whale watching. And the one guy was like, oh, I've had this boat for 57 years and things like that. When I was watching the videos, it's just surreal. Obviously more surreal for the people who live there, but surreal seeing these overview shots. And it's like, that is the exact dock I was on. I was standing there just a couple months ago. The shops that line that street, we had lunch at a super famous seafood place that had been there for 100 years. It's surreal is the only word I can use to describe it, because it's the first place that I've actually been that I've seen completely destroyed.
Right.
It just makes me feel so bad for those people where it's
You've been in these bathrooms here.
they've been not beyond repair, but pretty badly destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those bathrooms could use a wildfire blowing through them.
Oh, man.
Yeah, upwards of 60 people now have died out there on Maui. Mick Fleetwood has lived out in Lahaina for several decades. He's been there a long, long time. I don't know what the state of his actual home is, but the restaurant's been there about 10 years, and it's completely gone.
They're still burning?
That I don't know.
That's what I'm trying to find right now.
I don't know about that. If they've moved up the coast or, I don't know. Jeremy Renner had a home there. I don't know if he currently does, but I know he did. So all the celebrities that had homes on Maui, you could tell were kind of posting things to.
It's just crazy, man. These people where like their homes are destroyed, their shops, their businesses, it's gone.
Yeah.
Everything you've had your whole life. Obviously, it's a tourism-driven place, that Lahaina specifically, but at the same time, it's like you don't have a house anymore. It's just so crazy.
And you're not on the mainland. Like, you have to
No.
find a way to get back here, and then what the hell do you do? I mean, if it's a crazy situation. How was your conference room stand-up?
It's fine. It was exactly fine. It was exactly what I thought it was going to be. No mic, no podium, 25 people, whatever. Good amount of money.
What was the organization? Was it bankers?
It was like a marketing firm.
Yep.
I don't know if I should say their name. I mean, I don't have anything bad to say about them, but it was like their annual employee meeting that they had, and they had a luncheon and all that stuff. And then I did 35 minutes of stand-up in a conference room.
35 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But it felt like twice that long.
Dude, when you are doing... Well, okay, so this group wasn't that bad because they were like kind of like, hey, like, let's make fun of Jim. You know what I mean? So it was kind of like a mix of...
Jim's a piece of crap.
Well, the thing is, when you get...
Everybody hates Jim.
When you get...
Jim, why don't you just die?
When you get into situations like that, and sometimes people pull you aside and be like, oh, hey, say something about my boss. And I'm like, I'm not going to say anything about your boss. But when it's like a small amount like that, all you have to do is make like an off comment, like, Jim knows what I'm talking about, and everybody loses their mind. But yeah. Easy
Child
money.
porn, am I right, Jim?
Not that. I don't know if their HR guy was there or not, but...
Let you check your hard drive, Jim.
Let's see that MacBook. Fire up your incognito.
Jim always looks like he just got bit by a spider, if you know what I mean. Walking around
Is
the
that
office.
painful for you, or...
Is that okay?
Is that,
Priapism?
Anchorman, when he's got that... Mr. Burgundy, you have a massive erection.
For the people asking, there is no footage of Jenny's boobs on our glass. So
The imprints are there.
the imprints are there. It happened
video,
like
but it happened real fast.
Yeah,
and
she
it's
did
not-
it about 10 seconds before we were back on the air. So.
And I can't really make anything out of it. And, she didn't say, hey, post this somewhere.
Yeah,
Correct. That's right. She was just doing it for the tickets. And if you're going to be on the boat with us, maybe you can meet her. We'll put her behind like a stanchion or something.
Okay, who's this? Oh,
what?
This music. Do you know this guy?
He's not going to know this.
I don't know this. This just sounds like elevator music.
It was very famous in the 60s.
Yeah, no idea.
Is it Dizzy Gillespie?
It's not, no. It's a guy who started his own record label that became very, very famous.
What was the
Run
the girl
DMC.
that I used to date called it Herbert Hoover and the Wind Chime Kids or something like that?
Herbert Hoover and the Wind Chime Kids. No, Herb Alpert.
Alpert.
And the Tijuana Brass. This was one of the best-selling albums of all time.
Cream and Other Delights.
1965, this comes out, and it's got this just gorgeous woman on the cover. It's a very, very famous cover of this woman who's completely naked, except she's covered in whipped cream.
Like a bikini or just...
No, here's the album cover. I'll show you in the live stream here. You'll see it. It's not very big, but Herb Alpert, and of course he started A&M Records. I'm sorry.
It's a
Oh, she is just covered.
Yeah, she's just covered.
fantastic album. I have a bunch of his albums.
I have that one too. That's one that like everybody had back in the day because of all those really everything on there is a song that you kind of
You've
recognize
heard because it's like game show. It became
And
Yeah,
it is
that's what it
music.
sounded
right,
like.
and it is kind of.
And I love it.
Elevator music too.
Yeah. But that's my when I'm cooking or cleaning, I love or like especially getting ready, like if someone's coming over and
You
like
like
we're
this?
having
Puts him in-
drinks,
puts him in a good
it's
mood.
the best.
Yeah.
It's the best.
'Cause it's
This-
like
this background music rules.
It's like cocktail hour
Yeah.
music. It's not
It's
offensive.
like
It's
nothing.
no, it's great.
No, it's not. Do you get what I'm saying, though? It's
That's
like
what I
you
mean.
said,
It's
there's not
inoffensive.
really
Yeah.
anything. It is. It's kind of jingly. I would dance to this at Giant Eagle if it were on.
But if it's just lightly on in the background, you got it on the hi-fi before the key party.
Mm-hmm.
the keyboard.
You're doing okay.
You had nowhere to Red and Kitty Foreman's for a little get together.
For a couple of pops. But yeah, every song on here is just fantastic. The Bittersweet Samba is pretty good.
Now, he didn't create this are there any lyrics ever?
No.
So
not in this album.
Not on this album.
No.
A couple of the later ones have some lyrics, but this one's all instrumental. But I like the instrumental stuff.
I like instrumental blues a lot, but
Yeah.
did he create this with the intent of selling it as game show music, or
No.
just
No, this was
this was
this
the
was
music?
hot. This is in the 60s.
Top 40.
This was like, because you have to remember too, back then, you hadn't heard music like this.
You hadn't heard music that wasn't American music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is very like Spanish and islandy kind of music. Like so it's got a lot of vibes that weren't really around yet.
Yeah. But he founded A&M Records with Jerry Moss, and that was a very, very famous record company. I don't think it's around anymore, but it was on that. And Lemon Tree is a great song, too. But you can just put it on in the background, right? Now, again, I don't know. I don't think it's like banging music. It's, you know how some people have a weird idea of what sex playlist is? Yeah.
Who produces Calliope music?
What?
Calliope music.
I've never.
What do you mean produces Calliope?
Like
Riverboats produce Calliope music.
Is there a business
Music
for
boxes? I don't know.
I would say, is there a business for people composing Calliope music?
I mean, I don't know how much of a market there is for
this?
Calliope
Yeah,
music.
so if you would hear it like a carnival,
Steam
or
whistles.
on a merry-go-round.
Yeah.
I
Right.
learned what Calliope music was from Jeff Z, because when we were doing what was it, Country Jam one year, we were closing up. He was playing Calliope music while we were cleaning.
Oh, I remember that.
And I said, "What the hell is that?" He said, "You're not down with the Calliope?" I said, "What is it?"
Yeah, I remember that. Just funny.
He's named after a Greek muse named Calliope.
Yeah, but I thought she was the goddess of poetry.
She
You're thinking of
presided over
Calliope.
poetry, song, and the arts.
Oh.
Also known as a steam organ.
Mm-hmm.
Or Calliope.
Cleveland steam organ.
That's right. I got a steam organ when it's upwards of 95 degrees out there, Mary.
See, this is what I'd be going crazy.
Game show music.
I'd be dancing like Mary at this concert.
You do a high kick for this?
Yeah. Yep. If Herb Alpert comes to Blossom, that's what it's going to be. But a lot of people's parents were listening to this, and grandparents, and Herb Alpert is still alive. I don't know if he performs at all, but he's still alive. And he was a pretty handsome dude back in the day, too. Love Potion number 9. That was a good one. El Garbanzo, that's another song.
Oh,
That's
this is-
Spanish for the chickpea. What?
This is strip music.
Oh, yeah.
Back then.
Back then, yeah.
You wear your
Mondo
little,
Topless.
Right. Your little
Yeah.
What was that dude's
tassels.
name?
You got Russ Myers movies.
Russ Myers,
or-
yes.
Yeah. Faster Pussycat, Kill, Kill. El Garbanzo and Ladyfingers. Luscious Jackson's version is still better, but Butterball, that's what Poundcake's mom calls them.
People are throwing in their background cooking, cleaning music.
Oh, like what?
Glenn Miller.
The Glenn Miller Orchestra.
Yeah.
Wow, all right.
Any of these people are.
Moonlight Serenade, is that what people are listening to?
This is like
This
20s.
is, this is really old.
It's really old, but I do like this too. I do like this.
Pennsylvania 65000.
This is like.
I can't go this far back.
No, this is
the
like,
last one though. That's more like the day is over. You already had the sex, and you're just,
And now you're playing old-timey Moonlight
and
Serenade?
now you're just like cuddling on the couch in front of a fire.
If you're smoking a cigarette, a post-coital cigarette,
Yeah,
this would be
or
pretty
maybe a
cool.
small glass of scotch.
Yeah.
Okay, see, what's going on?
A snifter of brandy.
Yeah, a
This guy was
cognac.
only 40 years old when he died.
Who,
He would-
Glenn Miller?
He would live from 1904 to 1944.
How did he die?
I don't know.
He got hit by the Chattanooga Choo-Choo?
Well,
run
on
over.
a foggy afternoon, December
Oh.
15th, he took off from England heading for France, and his plane vanished over the English Channel.
Wow.
Glenn Miller was never seen again.
Wow.
So that's interesting.
I mean, I don't know how I would have known that, but I've never heard that before. That's wild.
I'm being told Pennsylvania
Fuel?
65000 is the go-to. This is Kaylee saying that this is
Pennsylvania
hers.
65. That's where the movie Transylvania 65000 got its name.
So this says the plane was flying low because of poor visibility. It was foggy. And then the fuel lines froze. The engine stopped.
No.
And then it plunged into the water.
Ironically, wasn't he an airman? Wasn't he in the Air Force?
I don't know.
Death.
That I don't know.
Boy,
Yeah, I like this. I'm
Dude, this
down
is
with this.
crazy. To date, not a single trace of the musician or the aircraft has ever been discovered. How do we not talk about this? Is there
'Cause
probably
it
some...
happened-
We don't have a lot of Glenn Miller conversations on the show.
I was like, is there some 8-part series, a podcast on
And
the Glenn
also-
Miller disappearance?
Happened
80 years ago.
80 years ago when there was other things going on in the 40s.
It says it remains one of the greatest
Yeah.
mysteries in aviation history. That's crazy.
Wow. That's wild.
Was that our friend that just walked by? I think Brittany just walked by.
I
Cardwell.
wasn't paying attention.
Anyway, there's some of your big Glenn Miller hits. What are other people giving you?
She wants you to play "In the Mood" by Glenn Miller.
Glenn Miller in the Mood. Okay. Glenn Miller in the Mood. That's a very, very famous Glenn Miller song.
Oh, I know this.
Yeah. Da, 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 da.
This is an
This
Elf.
is like a Home Alone sequel song.
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah.
I was like, I think this is an Elf for sure.
I think they even played this
Yeah.
on Ghost Ship before they started killing people.
Before the cable slices everyone in
Yeah.
half?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because that was set in the 20s, right?
I guess.
Ghost Ship. What
Now-
a pull, Cody.
Now
that was a good one.
But the fun of these songs is making up your own lyrics.
Oh, give us some.
Oh, I don't know. I'm in the mood, in the mood. I don't know. It's called In the Mood, Do some cocaine. Let's do cocaine about it. I've got some problems. Yeah, well, anyway, there you go. So, but I'll
But
always
I love
go for
stuff
the
like
Herb
that
Alpert.
because there is no lyrics. I don't need any lyrics. I'm not a lyrics guy.
Right.
So I love that stuff.
I don't need Glenn Miller's voice, whatever that was, gumming up the works.
Are there any contemporary artists that do just instrumentals?
Sure, explosions in the sky, and
I mean, that's what I was talking about a months ago. All the
Oh, Carlos
lo-fi
Santana.
hip hop that I like
Oh,
is
yeah.
instrumental stuff.
Carlos Santana does just audio, or not audio.
Yeah, he does instrumentals.
He doesn't sing?
No, he's a guitar player.
No, his catalog is not all instrumental.
Not all of it, but he's
Right.
got plenty.
This says Enya, Yanni, Kitaro.
Yeah. Enya. I had an Enya phase for 1 month in college, right?
I type in contemporary.
We listen to this and have some scotch. I'll end up in ya.
Yeah.
Enya, where the night's headed.
Uh-huh.
Is this Enya?
Yeah, she was in some big Gaelic band,
Is
and
it
she she broke off to go solo and
Listen,
ended
if
up
you-
selling like tens of millions of records.
you
But
have to
early
ask.
'90s, like when I was working like for smooth jazz radio, there was a lot of Enya and stuff like that.
She lives in like a huge castle in.
Yeah,
France or
she
something,
does
right?
in Ireland, I
In
think.
Ireland.
Yeah.
All right, tell me
Big
if any
castle.
of this means anything to you. Animals as leaders.
Oh, they're awesome.
I just typed in
were
instrumental
just here.
artists.
Oh, they're so good. You
Scale
love
to
animals.
Summit.
Let me hear some of that.
Animals as leaders?
I want to finish
Animals
Enya.
as leaders.
Mary
I
will
also
hate it, but
I
I
like
love
that concept as well. Let's let the animals take the wheel for a while.
Have you ever read the book
Yes.
Animal House?
Yes.
That's what it is.
That is pigs.
Yeah, the pigs are going to turn
Her
into
net
Stalin.
worth is $150 million.
He went right for the net worth.
Of
Yeah.
course.
he did.
I know. Yes, he did. Animal. I'm trying to think of what's the great album from them with some good stuff for you.
Let me see.
Oh, Tooth and
Discography?
Claw. That's a great Animal as Leaders song.
This is a different feeling.
This is very different.
Tosin Abasi is the guitarist, and he's
This is-
awesome. They're all great.
This is like Dream Theater-esque.
Kind of, yes.
I don't hate it
It's just such a harsh switch.
from what we were
Yeah.
listening. From Enya.
Yeah.
Glenn Miller Orchestra.
Oh, we rejoin with this.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, I used Tooth and
Yeah.
Claw. Used to. Yeah. Brian probably digs these guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this isn't bad.
What was the other one? Animals and Leaders. What was the other one? You
Oh,
read
no,
off?
I lost it. Hold on.
That's all right. I got a break anyway. Yeah, I think they just came through or they're coming through or something.
Mary, Animal Farm, not Animal House.
Animal House where the pigs are Stalin.
Oh, is that what you said?
Where the
Animal
pigs
House.
are on double secret probation.
Yeah. I gave my love a cherry.
Oh, God. Listen, I'm on cold medicine, okay? I can't be in charge of focusing right now.
Did we give up when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Okay, let me break. Hey, you want to join us for the Alan Cox Show cruise? We're going back out in the Nautica Queen in a couple of weeks, the afternoon of the 26th, for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. So if you want to win your way on that doesn't require you pushing the girls up on our window like Jenny did, I'll give away a pair coming back here. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. An aquatic event 4 years in the making. Finally, the Alan Cox Show welcomes you back aboard the Nautica Queen on August 26th for Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. Ahoy! Gain passage on this epic voyage. Afternoons during the Alan Cox Show at an upcoming ticket stop. Or find and scan the QR code at any participating Bud Light retailer.
Hey, it's Captain Fun here. File aboard for a floating fandango on the Nautica Queen August 26th.
From the Alan Cox Show, Bud Light, and 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
A swing and a long drive. Deep left. Way back. Goal! Manny Ramirez has won it.
Celebrate Manny Ramirez's induction into the Guardians Hall of Fame on Saturday, August 19th. The Guards take on the Tigers at 7:10. Come down early for the Hall of Fame induction ceremony and $2 Coors Light pregame. And stay late for a Phantom Fireworks show presented by Sheetz. Plus, 12,500 fans will receive a Manny Ramirez bobblehead courtesy of Medical Mutual. Join the action today. Get your tickets at CLEGuardians.com.
Hey, K.O.B. You got what I need.
Get what you need at Kia of Bedford. Lease a new 2023 Kia Sorento LX for just $269 a month for 24 months. That's $269 a month for a 2-year lease. KOB wants to get you financed. Go to KiaofBedford.com and get pre-approved in seconds with no impact on your credit score. Go now to the all-new Kia of Bedford on the Bedford Auto Mile or KiaofBedford.com. Lease with PMF for well-qualified lessees. With approved credit, 10,000 miles per year. 54.95 to obtain. Plus taxes and fees. No security deposit required. Offer expires 9/5.
At Mr. Hero, every sandwich deserves a sidekick. Imagine all the possibilities. A Roman burger with loaded tater tots, a chicken Philly with fried pickles, or a hot buttered cheesesteak with breaded mushrooms.
I crave the hero.
It's our biggest event of the year with event pricing on everything. Now at your Mazda destination, Mazda of Kent. The Mazda Season of Discovery Sales Event. $7,500 in lease cash, 0 down, and 0.9% financing. 0.9. Truckloads of new Mazdas have just arrived. The first ever Mazda CX-90 SUV. And right now, you get $7,500 in lease cash on new Mazda CX-90 plug-in hybrids. $7,500 in lease cash with event pricing on the entire Mazda lineup. Plus, Mazda certified pre-owned with a balance of a 7-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
ZipRecruiter.com/RADIO. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas this September.
Superstar artists from every genre.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, we're going back out on the lake on board the Nautica Queen for the first time since 2019. The Alan Cox Show cruise with WMMS and Bud Light, Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. The afternoon of August 26th. We'd love to have you along. You've got to win your way on. Go to WMMS.com for all the details. You can join me out tonight in Lakewood if you want to try to win there. Or be caller 10 right now. Be at least 21. You and a friend have got a couple of tickets to join us in a couple of weeks on the boat. So good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
To pee or not to pee? Whoops, I already started.
The Alan Cox Show is back
On 100.7 WMMS.
And come out and try to win tickets tonight. I'm going to be at Game On in Lakewood from 8 to 10. We got a bunch of winners out last night. I was at Dina's Pizza and Pub. It was a lot of fun. But we didn't give all the tickets away last night because we were playing Battleship.
Oh, because you had to give away some today. That'd be a real jerk move.
No, my allotment for last night. I should have made that clear.
Wait, you didn't just let people go until you gave away your allotment?
No. Why not? Because you got a hit.
Right, but wouldn't you just let people go?
He's a stickler for the rules.
I'm a stickler for the rules, baby.
So how many tickets did you end up giving away?
One.
We gave away, I had 15 pair last night. I gave away 10 pair.
Okay.
So we left with 5 pair.
So are you going to give away 20 pairs tonight?
Maybe. If it comes to that, maybe so.
Well, that's what these are for.
Yeah, but people could still come up and play. People stopped playing.
Oh, okay.
So people weren't I wasn't like, no, you can't have these. People weren't hitting. If you hit, you win. You got to hit.
He can hit.
You can play as many times as you want, but if you keep missing, you don't win. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
We're playing Battleship tonight. A Game On. I'm not giving away tickets if you miss. That completely defeats the purpose.
Only give away tickets if they miss.
I don't have that many. I don't have that many tickets. So tonight we'll be at Game On right there, Detroit and Cordova, from 8 until 10 tonight. And I think those are the only 2 ticket stops I'm doing. So coming out tonight. Your Guardians are set to play. They're in Tampa. The Browns are in town tonight. Who are the Browns playing?
The
Washington.
Commanders.
Oh, the Commanders.
Washington
yeah.
Commanders.
Yep. That's RG3 and the Washington Commanders.
I'll give you $10 if you can name their quarterback. No cheating.
I'll never cut the quarterback of the Washington Commanders is
Andy Dalton.
J.R. Farkelsack.
No, it's not J.R.
It's
not
J.R. Farkelsack.
Yeah.
Who is the? It's Bartholomew Thangstanker.
Close.
Oh,
first name is Sam
Hunt.
Darnold.
No, it's not Sam Hunt.
Darnold.
There's not Sam Darnold. He's
Sam,
on the 49ers now.
Sam. What? Who?
Yeah.
Oh, Darnold's on the 49ers.
Yeah.
Samuel Jenkins. Sam.
Thurston Blank the Third.
Sam Howell.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, you don't win.
You don't win.
Wow, you're like those people last night who kept missing on Battleship. All right.
I was running the game. You were the one missing.
That's what I said. They were like, what do I need to do? I said, stop missing. That's what you need to do. So Guardians tonight, first of 3 in Tampa against the Rays. That is a 6:40 start tonight here in MMS. So as soon as we roll out, we get you right into your first pitch. if we were talking about winning the lottery down here, thousands of people claimed that they had lost the winning ticket in the Canadian lottery because it had gone unclaimed. These tickets were sold in Toronto. We have a handful of bureau chiefs that listen to the show in Toronto and the iHeartRadio app. One of them may have been among the thousands who claimed that they had lost the winning ticket. I don't know why you'd ever file a claim like that because it's ludicrous and you can never prove anything or whatever.
What are they going to do?
I don't know, but it was 70 million Canadian dollars was the jackpot. That's about 52 US. And it never got claimed. So the Canadian lottery has officially declared it unclaimed, and all that money goes back into the prize pool.
Ooh.
So imagine you're somebody that did have the ticket, and you either lost it legit, or you misplaced it, or you didn't know you had won,
or you found it today after this. Like, hey, it's back in the pool.
So weird.
Oh.
The winning ticket was sold in Toronto's Scarborough district, and there was a province-wide effort to find the winner. They tried to find whoever won it. The ticket expires a year after it's sold. They said 2,700 people came forward and said that they lost the ticket. Oh. They said none of those claims were successful. It was the largest unclaimed lottery prize in Canadian history. But imagine, like, you threw it out by mistake with some other stuff, or it was in a pocket in some jeans that went through the wash, or, oh my God, boggles the mind. We get a text from Poundcake in the break that today's the 9th anniversary of Robin Williams' death. He died on this day in 2014. And so, again, I didn't remember that, so it jogged my memory, but that's not why it jogged his memory.
Because I knew exactly where I was when it happened.
Yeah, he goes, that means it's been 9 years since I was at the sex party at the gay games.
Yeah.
That's how he knows.
Exactly
Everybody else is like, he's like, why does everybody look so sad? Oh, Robin Williams killed himself today. Like, well, anyway, let's get naked.
Well, it was just weird because it kind of brought down the mood.
Yeah, kind of. A celebrity suicide will kind of do that.
Especially a beloved person like that.
We were all having a good time. What's he doing picking up his phone during a sex party anyways? It's his fault. He shouldn't have. It could have waited till after.
Right.
He ain't getting any deader. But the gay games comes around. I mean, I don't think it's been in Cleveland since.
Also, like, that was it didn't happen at night. Like,
it was during the day.
So you were doing the sex party during the day?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This
Bill, you can have a daytime sex party.
I understand.
It was the gay.
It
was the gay Olympics. They were there for maybe it was a week. I don't remember how long it was, but the entire campus was like rented out to all of these people from all over.
What are the trials in the gay Olympics, and how do you qualify?
You have to be a member of the LGBT. Honestly, I didn't know there was a thing until they announced that it was going to be on Akron's campus. They said it was going to take place in Cleveland.
Yeah, but I
Akron.
thought you famously didn't have to be gay to compete in the gay games.
I don't know the rules.
Like, it's organized by those organizations, but because it's fundamentally discriminatory. Now, again, only a dick would go that route. But you know how people love to prove a point. You know. But I don't think you have to be gay to be in the gay games.
Take it up with the Sodomite Committee.
Now, I think you'd have to be gay to be part of that gay sex party. Or at least it would be much more enjoyable if you were.
We were at a hotel in downtown Akron that I don't even think is there anymore. I don't even think it's there. I tried to look it up because it was like,
threw a match on it.
Yeah, you guys destroyed it. Yeah.
I don't even think it's there anymore, but it just, like, not many things take me back to, I know the exact spot, like exactly where I was when I found out something. Like Whitney Houston, when I found out Whitney Houston died, I was pooping and I was in my dorm room. And I looked at my phone, looked at Twitter, and it said Whitney Houston died. So I know exactly where I was.
There's probably a lot of probably a lot of memories like that coincide with you pooping.
And Robin Williams, I was at that sex party, and someone looked up at their phone and they said, "Oh no!" And everyone just kind of like looks up, and he said, Robin Williams just died. They think it's a suicide.
Now, to you guys, to somebody like you, is he immediately the genie from Aladdin?
What do you mean?
For me, he's
for guys your age. Okay, but
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Mrs. Doubtfire.
Poundcake,
yeah.
to you, is Robin Williams immediately? Is he the genie from Aladdin? That's your first reference to Robin Williams?
No, because I didn't know that he was Genie from Aladdin at the time. I knew once I got older, but...
So how did you, when they said Robin Williams, what did you think? Oh, Jumanji.
Yeah.
How do you say it?
Jumanji?
Jumanji.
Because
I didn't really, I was also a little too young for Mrs. Doubtfire. I think my brother probably remembers him from Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah, you were like a little kid when that was
like, I watched it, but still, I didn't, when I realized that, oh, this is the actor, Jumanji.
He's hanging on to Jumanji.
Jumanji?
No, go ahead. Whatever you want to do.
Jumanji.
How about just use this?
Uncompetable.
Yep, uncompetable.
Oh yeah, you missed that yesterday.
Uncompetable.
Who's
against,
uncompetable?
The spicy nuggets from Burger King are uncompetable, according to that listener.
Uncompetable.
Hell yeah.
It's a great word. Well, the gay games this year are in Hong Kong.
Yeah, there was one. I wish I could have gone to the French one because I think it's every 4 years. So they had it the next time it was in Paris, which obviously I couldn't go to Paris. But I had to take that opportunity. I don't think there's been one on American soil ever since.
Wait, so
it can't be every 4 years because it was here in 2014, and that would be 2018. That would be 2022.
Unless they pushed it back because of COVID?
It might have been pushed back because of COVID.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
And also, they went from Hong Kong.
It was in Cleveland.
Paris, and then...
No, it was Cleveland first.
Okay, Cleveland.
It was Cleveland, but Akron was also a host city because they were, I don't know if it was...
Did you say ho city?
Host.
Both.
Yeah, both.
I don't
Either
know.
or.
I don't know why it was like that, but they were staying on our campus. They were staying on the University of Akron campus in like downtown Akron. So maybe it was just because Akron had more space than Cleveland. But they would use like the queue for like certain events, and then they would come down here on our campus on Akron to like do certain events. So I don't know why, but I was happy. But yeah, the next year was in Paris, and then
yeah, right.
Now, but yeah, so.
Well, there you go. 9 years gone for Robin Williams. 9 years of memories for Poundcake's daytime sex party.
It was all day. It was exhausting.
Well, yeah, you got to hydrate. You got to
hydrate.
You got to push the guy off your face.
Guys.
You got a lot of guys. Sorry, my mistake. And then, but that's not something that you would have to wait for. The gay games are probably not going to return to Cleveland.
No,
I mean,
it was once in a lifetime thing.
But that's something that you would have to wait for something like that to return.
I mean, if it came back, I would be like, can I participate in, I don't know, hosting, doing something? Let me host an event or something. Because back then, I only had one thing on my mind. I had a house, like off campus. So all I had to do was turn on Grindr and like walk the streets, and I was gonna be invited to something. I mean, there were all these athletes from all over the world, like just walking and running and being athletes, and I was watching, and they were hot.
You were watching them be athletes.
Yeah, they were.
Go do more athleting. I liked when you did that.
There were swimmers and pole vaulters and runners.
Mostly pole vaulters.
Mm-hmm.
I knew yeah.
Alan, I think of Mork and Mindy. That's what I think of is Mork and Mindy.
You're way too young for that.
Alan, I'm 28. Robin Williams makes me think of Peter Pan. Somebody else said Flubber.
Like
Nobody thinks of Flubber.
Forgot about Flubber. That's
Everybody
right.
forgot about Flubber.
What's the other Toys? That's a good one. I forgot about that movie.
I've never even heard
I
of
thought
that
Toys was god awful.
I just remember.
I
don't
Fisher
remember it being
King.
good or
like,
not, but it was like, it was so heavily marketed.
Yeah.
And I kind of want to go back and watch it again, just because it was such a weird movie too.
I like the darker stuff that he was doing. I was like Fisher King and 1 Hour Photo and the later stuff.
Insomniac, was he in that?
1 Hour Photo creeped me out so much.
Mission accomplished.
Because then every time I went to the CVS in Berea to develop my
disposable
cameras, I was like, who's stealing my picture? I was like looking at the old ladies
because
working
of
at
that
the CVS.
movie.
Yeah, and I'm like, which one of them has a shrine?
Oh, is there a guy like... Yeah, Insomnia was him and Pacino, right?
Yeah.
Up in Alaska. Night at the Museum, he was Teddy Roosevelt. He was... what are the other good ones?
Dead Poet Society.
Yeah, I didn't care for that so much. See,
Goodwill Hunting.
I'm the one person who liked Death to Smoochie. I know that.
I like
didn't
that
see
movie.
that one.
I thought that was a good movie.
What's Jack?
Jack,
Jack, yeah.
And then what's the one where he works in the hospital?
Oh,
He's the
Patch
clown.
Adams.
Patch Adams.
I like
yeah.
that one.
He did a lot.
RV. Yeah, he did a bunch of stuff. Birdcage.
Birdcage.
Remember Birdcage?
I need my
probably
pirate.
You probably couldn't do that now where they're kind of flouncing around. And
What's a pirate? It's aspirin. I just scratch off the A in that.
he's got a bit part in a movie I love called Dead Again from the early 90s. It was Kenneth Branagh movie. And Robin Williams was in that.
World's Greatest Dad.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. You know the premise of that one?
Oh, I've never even heard of that.
He tries to be the world's greatest dad.
I thought that was Mrs. Doubtfire. He lets him have a donkey in the house and birthday party where they dance on tables.
Because he was also in a movie called Father's Day with Billy Crystal.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think.
that's right. Yeah.
A couple of father movies.
With a pretty new, what was that? Mark McGrath's band. Sugar Ray. But they're like still more of a hardcore band in that movie.
In World's Greatest Dad?
Yeah, before they went all poppy.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey, Woody.
Alan.
I thought World's Greatest...
No, not World's Greatest Dad, in Father's Day.
Oh, Father's Day. I was going to say, I thought World's Greatest Dad like went right to DVD or something. What's up, Woody?
Nothing but the rant. I thought, you talk about Robin Williams, and I didn't realize it went that deep. I didn't realize how many films he actually made, but I'm old enough to remember the Mork and Mindy.
Oh boy!
When he was coming out of
you and
the
Alan.
comedy scene, and he was a gargantuan like cokehead, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he was very famously a drug addict. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, but you guys keep like ripping off, keep naming off these films he's been in. How many movies was he in? 50?
He's in a ton.
He's in a lot of movies.
Cadillac Man.
Yeah, Nanu
Good Morning
Nanu.
Vietnam.
He's a bicentennial man.
Bro, that was a bad movie.
What a prolific career, and it's just a tragedy that something that's like depression or whatever the cause may be, it ended up in such a way, right?
His episode of Louie was great too.
Yeah, Louie was good. Mork and Mindy got me hip to Robin Williams, and I had a crush on Pam Dauber. So that was how.
Really, Pam Dauber.
And that's
Pam
how.
Dauber did good.
And that's how I learned about Boulder, Colorado as well. So when we had friends that moved to Boulder and we went out there to visit them, I was like, ooh, this is Mork and Mindy town. Because remember, Mork, he'd sit in a car upside down and he'd put his clothes on backwards because he was an alien. He didn't know how anything worked. They were just constantly at loggerheads. And Mindy would tell him, you've got to get down off of those football goalposts, Mork. You're not supposed to be up there, you crazy alien who doesn't know how we do things down here on Earth. You're nuts. Alan, what was that Robin Williams movie where they were driving around in an RV?
Okay, shut up.
Good Morning Vietnam. That was a big one. He won an Oscar for that or something.
No, I think he might have been nominated. He didn't win an Oscar till Goodwill Hunting.
Oh, okay. Well, I remember he was in Shakes the Clown, too.
What is that?
Never saw
What is that? You never saw Shakes the Clown?
No.
And you call yourself a comedian.
My bad.
We're
forgetting Happy Feet.
No, we weren't. I got to take a break. Want to go see Disturbed? They are calling their tour Take Your Life Back. They're very serious. They're going to come to Blossom. I think it's end of September is when Disturbed. No, sorry, end of this month, Sunday the 27th, with Breaking Benjamin and Ginger. So if you want to get there, I will hook you up after the break. 35192, text for anything else. You can watch live at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Heist, America runs on Duncan.
From iHeart Podcasts and Nomadic Engine, the acclaimed dramatic thriller returns. Aftershock Season 2.
He's like a ghost.
We had an agreement to keep each other's secrets.
None of you are making decisions to keep the rest of us safe, which leaves me.
I'm asking for your forgiveness.
Aftershock Season 2, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, David Harbour, and Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Listen to Aftershock on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey. It's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
I want to go see Disturbed. They are on the Take Back Your Life tour. Cleveland will bring us Breaking Benjamin and Ginger in the support slots there. It's going to happen August 27th, a couple of Sundays from now, out at Blossom. If you go to WMMS.com, we're giving away a big VIP thing there, the Disturbed Unstoppable Keg Crusher Package. That puts you in the pavilion with tickets. You get access to the pre-show Unstoppable Keg Crusher Bar, autographed limited edition merch, and more. So make sure you register for that. Caller 10 gets these tickets, 2 for Disturbed on the 27th. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Next week on the show, I will have more passes for you to join us on the Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. What?
What if people want to win them from you?
Oh, they come out tonight. I'm going to be in Lakewood at Game On.
What, from like 6 to 2 a.m.?
Yeah, I'm stopping the show early.
Okay.
And I'm hauling ass to Lakewood. No, 8 to 10 tonight. We're going to play Battleship again. We had a lot of fun doing it last night at Dina's.
Did anybody sink a Battleship last night?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Somebody sunk one, yes. And so we'll play again tonight, and that's a way for you to win tickets from me right there. But I will have them for you next week here on the show. I'll also have passes for you to get to the Bad Religion show. They're doing the Cleveland Masonic in October. If you want to go see Baby Clock, if that's more your speed, that is the Death Clock Baby Metal co-headlining tour in September. And since Labor Day is coming up, the requisite 4-pack of tickets for the Cleveland National Air Show, presented by Discount Drug Mart. So I'll have all those for you next week. Comedian Christopher Titus is going to join us in a bit. He's doing the weekend at Hilarities. We haven't seen him in a minute. And so we'll catch up with him. There's a video, it was a TikTok thing about some guy, and I've never used DoorDash or Grubhub or anything like that, but I guess a big complaint in people who not only deliver, but people who also use it is that there's a lot of fraud that goes along with it, or there's a lot of complaints from people who didn't get a tip they wanted, or it barely seems to be worth whatever convenience there is to deal with all the headaches that seem to be inherent in this. But there's a DoorDash driver who posted a video of him confronting a woman who complained that she never received her food. Obviously, that's a big scam, too. But that kind of works against the delivery person. And these are people that are just kind of trying to do a side hustle here. I guess some of these you have to. I thought anybody could do this. But somebody told me, like, if you want to do Uber Eats, there's like a waiting list or something, which seems to defeat the purpose. If you're trying to do a side hustle, you're not going to wait until they call you and go, hey, you're up for this.
Hey, DoorDash?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome. Hey, they told me there was an issue with the last order. What happened?
Dasher didn't show.
The Dasher didn't show?
No.
Well, I delivered it to you, so I know you got the food. I just want you to know that doing stuff like that is what gets us deactivated. I don't want to lose my job because someone wants an extra taco. I just want to let you know I will be reporting you as a fraudulent customer, and you will be removed from the platform. Enjoy your food.
You're going to be removed from the platform. Slams a door in his face. I got my food. Slam. Let the boys be boys. I just like that he keeps going with it after she slams the door in his face.
Oh, that's the best part,
Remove from the platform.
Remove you from the platform, ma'am. I've reported you.
We'll be reporting you as a fraudulent customer, and you will be removed from the platform. Enjoy your food.
Removed from the platform. Yeah, Poundcake, you were using that for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uber Eats or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have an issue like that?
No.
The biggest issue that always seems to me is the food is going to be less than hot when you get it.
I've had that issue. I've had sometimes, most of the time, it's not the dasher. Like there's been times where I've ordered a drink and they forgot to give me my drink. So that the dasher has done that. Or sometimes when I open my bag, I'm missing items, and that is something that's Uber's problem or whatever.
That's
and
the restaurant usually,
I get refunded for that. Like that's fine. The one time I had like a foreigner, he didn't really understand what I was saying, and he didn't understand his way around Cleveland, so he got like what?
Did you say?
What?
Did you?
Is this another rush hour thing?
He didn't. Did he say? Do you understand the word?
Uh-huh. Was it like rush hour where the two of you just couldn't understand?
He
You were
couldn't
both
understand the words that were coming out of my mouth. I was
Yeah.
talking to him. Yeah, he was lost. He got lost, and then it got to the point where I'm like, it's been an hour. So I called like Uber corporate, and they're like, yeah, we're sorry. We tried to contact our driver, and he is lost. So yeah, we'll give you a credit, and we'll give you your money back. Sorry about that. So
I
that
don't
was,
know,
like, the
man.
only time.
I mean, is it worth the convenience? I mean,
Yes.
but you're paying like $22 for French fries.
I
Like,
know.
that can't possibly be worth the convenience. You're waiting for the food when you could have just gone to get it. You're spending way more than you normally would. It just seems like, I get the idea back in the day when they were like, hey, we should do this. I get the idea, but the logistics between the drivers who are pissed, between the people getting their food or not getting their food who are pissed.
Yeah,
somebody doesn't show up or the order's wrong. Oh my god.
That doesn't happen that often. Like usually, like I've had people cancel maybe once or twice out of all the times I've ordered Uber Eats.
Yeah, like canceling, like, oh, I'm just not going to bring your food.
But
or
like someone else will. Someone will just come pick it up. Like they're not going to pick up your food and then cancel. I don't think they can. I mean, they can do that, but they don't usually because it reflects bad on their rating. And if you get so many knocks on your rating, then you won't be able to.
You're removed as a
Yeah,
dash.
you'll be removed.
Right.
You'll be removed from the platform.
So yeah,
You're
you're paying
removed from the
double.
platform.
But I usually order from places that, one, I don't go to on a regular basis anyways, or have like a long line when I do go, or I'm really drunk and it's cheaper than a DUI. It's like, I remember
The drunk order is the one that
the drunk orders
yeah.
get me because I'm ordering like $100 worth of food. I remember like our big snowstorm like maybe a year ago, where everyone was like snowed in, and for whatever reason, that was the night all my friends visited me, and we all decided to go out to Twist. And then when we got back, we were all drunk and hungry. And so we ordered like, it took me like 3 different drivers that had a big enough truck to get through like the ice storm. And dude delivered it at like midnight. And I was like, oh my God, you're my savior. And it was like 2 bags full of food. Like I had got like the big family. It was like the Big Macs and like a bunch of fries. And it just looked like a murder scene at the end of it because there was just food and wrappers everywhere. It was gross. But so worth it.
All right. I mean, if you say so. I mean, it must be because a lot of people are doing this. But I'm like, these stories, when you talk to, because your Uber driver, if they're chatty, will invariably talk about how they also do Uber Eats. And I just remember one guy telling me, like, he goes, I don't know why these people didn't just go to McDonald's instead of ordering it from me because they end up paying $30 for friggin' French fries.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God.
If they have it like that, and at the time I had it like that, I don't have it like that anymore. I have not.
Yes, maybe they've refined the system, but I'm just like, just financially, how is it convenient to spend 3 times the amount on food?
Because people are lazy and lazy.
Well, no, I get the not wanting to move, but I mean, it would be that would spur me to move to get my food if I were like, let's see, could I get this food that I want for $10 or $30 and have someone bring it to me?
Now,
it just doesn't seem.
Before I had no excuse because I'm like, I can just everything. I have a car, I can drive and get my food. So before it was just lazy. Laziness was my excuse. Now my excuse would be I haven't ordered it yet, but when I do order something, I'm gonna use the excuse of I don't want to lose my parking spot. I'm parking on the street. And
where you're living, that parking spot is
gold.
I'm not leaving my parking spot, so I'll pay double. Just bring me my food. But everything's within walking distance now, so I still don't have that excuse.
So you only have street parking?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's brutal.
Yeah, street parking's rough.
Especially that area. Like, I've had some apartments
There's
where
a lot
it's
of permit parking?
There's just so many apartments that don't have parking, so it's just you are fighting for your life for
apartment
a parking
buildings,
spot.
they have parkings, but these buildings have so many people in them that there's just not enough. Like you would have to have a parking deck like what we have to house these people, these cars. So I understand that there's literally not enough, but just I'm paranoid over there. Like I'm always like and people are just like jaywalking all the time. I'm like, y'all do that over here? I don't know how Lakewood cops are. I don't want to get a ticket because I'm running across the street to get into my car. But I'm not going to go to the crosswalk either.
Fraudulent customer, and you will be removed from the platform. Enjoy your
removed from the platform.
I want to let you know I'll be reporting you. Like she cares.
It's so funny because he's trying to get louder, but he just gets higher.
Can't even raise his voice.
It's hard to do. It's hard to increase your volume without increasing your pitch. Volume. This girl got in a lot of trouble over, well, she says a misunderstanding over a text message.
Been there.
Yeah. It involved a 911 and the detention of a disabled woman. She filed a lawsuit because she was texting her friend about her health issues. She says she was awaiting surgery on both hips, and she struggled to walk and climb stairs. She meant to text her friend, I think I just shrimped myself. But the autocorrect said, I think I just shot myself.
Oh, no.
And her friend called 911, and the cops went to the woman's house.
Ma'am, that doesn't look like blood on the floor. No, it's poop.
The only thing worse than shrimping yourself is your friend thinking you shot yourself and calling 911.
Calling an audience.
And you know they got to wear their body cams, so they have it on there like, we showed up to the residence and there was a bunch of fecal matter everywhere.
Feces.
Okay, sorry, feces.
No, I'm kidding. I just like the word feces. I think it's really funny.
I think fecal matter's better.
Fecal matter. Yeah, but you know what it is. I mean, you know, if it's fecal matter implies that there's things maybe in it, but who cares? It's all feces, right?
I thought fecal matter was like small specks. It was more like remnants, not
like on a bowl or fecal matter.
It's found in things,
right? But
on
it's
things.
still feces, is what I'm saying.
I
Like
guess, yeah.
fecal is if you're using feces to describe what it is, it's feces.
Right.
I mean, it's still fecal matter at any size.
Yes.
It's just they're usually talking about
small
amounts of fecal matter.
We found fecal matter on the burrito. The woman told police through her Ring doorbell that she didn't need help and that the call resulted from a misunderstood text, but the police insisted on seeing her. But she was awaiting hip surgery and said it was tough for her to make it to the door and please leave. I don't need the cops. She said then the police put a sticker over her Ring doorbell camera, which, of course, you're not supposed to do. But whatever. Cops just do what they want to do. And then after 2 hours, the woman cracked the door to see if the cops had left. But they hadn't left. They swung the door open, dragged her outside, put her in restraints, smashed her face into the door. All this stuff. So she's suing the township and the sheriff's department. And
why?
I don't know.
This was for like help.
Yeah, they're doing a wellness check.
Yeah.
It says protect and serve right in the cars. I don't know where the misunderstanding is. Woman
You didn't have
said,
an emergency and now you do.
Right.
Call 911
You're going to
back.
call us.
We're here to solve a problem that didn't exist until we showed up.
Now you have a problem and now we're here to help.
Woman didn't have a coat on, but the cops said they wouldn't let her back inside unless she allowed them in too. You know, just like the law says. So then they hung out with her for a couple hours, and They took her to the local hospital where she was held for 11 hours until she was released. So she's suing everybody for being illegally detained for 13 hours. Of course, the lawyer says that the police version of events will probably differ considerably from the plaintiffs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Boy, I've never heard of anyone so committed to making sure that someone doesn't harm themselves.
By harming them instead.
Well, just,
Don't
I mean,
harm yourself.
who's
I'll
gonna
harm you.
who's hanging outside 2 hours because
They don't have
think-
anything else to do?
I mean, this is the middle of nowhere, Pennsylvania, I think, but I mean, central PA. But that's pretty wild. Lehigh County is where they are. But you go from texting your friend, hey, I think I just crapped myself. And that mis-autocorrecting to shot myself. And naturally, your friend's going to be freaked out. Hey, I think my friend just shot herself. Where? She said all over her pants. I don't know what that means, but she said she shot herself all over the floor.
And they broke her arm, like...
Yeah. She said she shot herself and ruined all of her clothes. So, ma'am, how's she still talking to you? I don't know, but she says that there's shot all over the place. So her texts are very, very difficult to understand. Very vague. She said that there's shot on the wall, that there's shot in the kitchen. Oh, no. So, yeah, you got to be careful. Like, you don't want to overdose on the pot and call 911.
Having an overdose of this so is my wife.
Overdose of what?
Marijuana. I don't know if it had something in it. Can you please send rescue?
Do you guys have fever or anything?
No, I think we're dying.
Okay, how much did you guys have?
I don't know. We made brownies, and I think we're dead. Time is going by really, 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 really slow.
Oh, boy.
Alan, you and Bill are against non-consensual sniffing? Come on, buddy. And please, before you defend the hypocrisy by calling me a Trump fan, I never voted for him, never will. But come on, man.
What does Trump have to do with sniffing people?
Okay,
Biden's more the sniffer, isn't he?
What's
Isn't
the
he the one-
non-consensual sniffing? I don't know.
We were talking about when stripper Scott was accused of sniffing Erica on the cruise, and we started talking about sniffing, and I was
Yeah.
like, hey, you can't walk up and sniff people. I guess
I
that
thought there was
got...
a weird touch, too. Do you remember that Poundcake? Were you on it that year? Was it or was like a little kiss or something? It was weird.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I thought he put his face on her shoulder or something. But he said, I don't know what he said he was doing.
I don't remember. I remember us talking about it, but I don't remember if I was on that year or if I was like an intern. I don't remember. I just don't remember.
Yeah.
It was a long time ago.
Hey, Alan.
People do that to me now, and they, like last night at Dina's,
Yeah.
right? They come up to play Battleship. They're like, hey, Alan.
Hey, Alan.
Yeah. Well, this is my name. Don't wear it out. Al, my wife and I watched that Johnny Manziel documentary on Netflix, and we were cracking up thinking of when he'd call into your show.
Oh, those are the best calls.
Yeah. I guess Alan?
He sounds different on the documentary.
Yeah, he certainly does. Well, everybody sounds different on the phone, right? You think you know what your voice sounds like, but you're hearing it through your head. Other people are hearing it through the air. And on the phone, can be very, very different. So everybody sounds a little different. But I guess I don't care about a Manziel documentary, but for people who've watched it, they're like, it's pretty wild because it seems really clear that he just didn't care about playing football after he got drafted, or he clearly had other priorities in mind shortly after getting into the NFL, which, a lot of people, it's like it's your lifelong dream. And for him, it didn't seem to be. But I didn't even realize that there was a Johnny Manziel documentary until all these people started asking me if I had watched it. And I was like, nope. No, I haven't. And I didn't know that that was a thing. Johnny Football is what it's called. Untold. Johnny Football. The meteoric rise and precipitous fall of football star Johnny Manziel. You watch this?
I have not watched this yet.
You gonna watch it?
I'll probably watch it.
Yeah. Just pictures of him with money fanned out.
He likes money.
I guess. Well, everybody likes money, but it's
His family's worth $50 million, though.
well, it's oil money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Alan, the allegation was that Scott kissed her bare shoulder. She was wearing a one-shoulder top.
Okay. Allegation.
Well, I'm keeping it at an allegation.
Right.
Because it wasn't litigated in a court of law.
We did have video, but I think that's it was like on a story. I don't know if it's reviewable at this point. And also, it was so long ago.
Yeah, listen, it's all water under the boat. I think that's the phrase. Alan, we own a Thai restaurant in Rocky River. We have a regular customer who will Uber Eats 6 cans of Diet Coke.
What?
Yeah.
Why from a Thai restaurant?
Maybe they have the best Diet Coke.
But you can
I don't know.
use Instacart and get a whole case of it.
Bill's got 2 liters of Diet Coke. Please don't try any of this at home. It's just too goddamn much Diet Coke. Bill's got 2 liters of Diet Coke. Whoa.
Isn't that burping contest?
Yeah, that was when we did Miles and I did that burping thing.
Yeah.
It was hard because you're supposed to try and drink as much of a 2 liter as you can without burping it.
Right.
It was like chugging it. Yeah. Not fun.
Fecal is Einhorn. Einhorn is fecal. That's okay. So that's the distinction. That's the important thing to remember. Is Chris Titus here?
He is.
Yes.
Okay. Christopher Titus back on the show. He's at Hilarities right around the corner from us this weekend, and so we'll catch up with him after the break. I'll have Bullet for my Valentine tickets for you a little bit later on. 5:30 is when you're going to get that last keyword this week to get yourself to Vegas next month for our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. A great sports town
Cleveland, this is for you.
demands great sports talkers. And the Alan Cox Show has the best of Cleveland.
I am the sports.
No, it's just sports. Just sports.
Oh, okay, I get it. I am just sports.
No, you know what? It's fine.
Vote Poundcake Cody Brown as best sports talker at clevescene.com. And hear him weekday afternoons starting at 2.
Just sports.
Only on the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Help clear away classroom bacteria. Kill 99.9% of germs and first-day jitters. Disinfect desks. Get rid of sticky surfaces. And sanitize the room. For less obstacles and more studying. When you get to a clean slate, the possibilities are endless. Clorox. Start clean.
Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Brain dead entertainment throughout history. The Cup and Ball. The Yo-Yo. Pong. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
35192 if you want to text anything in here. AlanCoxShow.com, where you can watch live. You'll see the shining face of one Christopher Titus right there in front of you, who is back in Cleveland. How are you, man?
Dude, right, the camera's right, like, right
oh,
up my,
yeah,
it's literally, that's almost
right
an
on,
invasive,
yeah.
this is almost a nose examination.
Yeah.
I'm looking for, like, on the wall to show the whole thing, and it's hi, everyone.
Yeah.
This is what happens when radio people design a camera studio.
Yeah.
These are old colonoscopy cameras we got at a discount.
Bend over.
So they're right.
Come on.
They're still 4K, though.
Yeah.
We'll see all the
everything.
polyps.
Yeah, that's good. How are you?
I'm doing good, man.
It's been a minute.
By the way,
since,
my rock band is called the Polyps. Good job.
Hey,
it's been a
look
minute.
at you.
It's been a minute. Yeah, we
Yeah.
just flew and got up at 4 o'clock this morning. Got on a plane in LAX, and love doing comedy.
And here you
It's
are
awesome.
now.
Yeah.
Somebody texted me in the break. They go, "Is that the guy from the Titus TV show?"
Yes.
The very same.
You know, we did 2 episodes over COVID. We did 2 new episodes.
Did you really?
With Stacy Keach and everybody. They're on
Really?
they're on my YouTube channel. We did them. We did a live stream and we sold them. So we were making money. I have a sound stage.
Yeah.
So I wrote a script. We built the sets. If you watch it, it
That's
freaks people out
smart.
because we did it just like Titus.
Right.
And Disney owns it now, so I'm just waiting for the lawsuit at this point. At this point, damn Bob Iger is going to call me. Mr. Titus, you did 2 episodes. Sue me, dude. Whatever.
Yeah, that's right. You're going to take my set pieces and the whole bit.
It was awesome.
This is the Carrying Monsters tour this time around, right?
No politics in this tour. We shred my family. This is the darkest thing I've ever written.
Well, I was going to ask you about that because is this the closest thing to
Norman
Rockwell is bleeding?
Yeah,
Okay.
But Norman Rockwell was me putting my toe in the water to trying to figure out how to tell really honest stories, the darkness that was. And this one is not. There's a bit about my sister's suicide where I pull a comedic triple backflip and land. Yeah, it's the darkest. It's one of the when I wrote the joke, I was like, and my wife said, she goes, "What are you gonna write this next show about?" And I go, "I think I want to tell all the true stories, about my." It's dark though, man. And by the way, I'm not bragging. I'm warning everybody.
No,
It's
I
dark.
understand.
It's one of those things where I did it in Scotland. I got invited to their Fringe Festival.
Yeah.
And they're like, "It's the Fringe, man, on the edge. Go for it, bro." So I go to the Fringe Festival. I'm doing this show. And the Scots, we are so screwed up in America. We have no concept until you go to the rest of the world. I'm doing it. They'd laugh, and then they'd go, "Jesus Christ."
Right.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And I'd meet people after the show. They're like, "Did that really happen to you?" Yeah. Jesus Christ. And I was like, wow, Mel Gibson is very disappointed in all of you people.
Right.
He made,
Yeah. But
so,
to the Celtic countries, the dark stuff is like cocaine to them. So they
you'd think so, but
enjoyed it a great deal.
They were they were great. The shows went great, but they're much more normal than we are. We are used to a level of dysfunction in America. Because when I brought the show back to America, standing ovations.
Yes.
It was just weird. Like we are a screwed up
There
society.
was no Jesus Christ from the audience in America.
No, people come after the show and they're like, "Hey man, I got a story for you." And so they don't have the people will do this all the time after they hear Norman Rockwell of the show. They will come after the show or signing something. And they'll tell me a story that they think's funny with no joke.
They'll try to top you with just the story.
They'll be like, "Oh, my grandma, dude. So we didn't know this, but grandma was shooting heroin because when she was a crackhead when she was much younger. So, but she got older and grandpa died, so she kind of got this weird mild heroin addiction. So one time at Thanksgiving, she passed out. She OD'd on heroin at Thanksgiving dinner, and that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
Like,
Right, yeah.
I would have added a punchline at that point.
Like it's inherently funny because of it's so extreme.
I guess you had to be there. It's just funny.
Like, did she use a turkey baster?
Like the cops,
or-
exactly.
Do you think
that's awesome? Squirt.
Yeah, that's how bad it was.
Do you think the reason, like in England and Scotland and stuff like that, they're more used to keeping everything in, and I think in America that's not the culture anymore. Like that was 50 years ago. People didn't share what was going on. in
No,
their
they
lives.
didn't.
But now people are like, because of social media and stuff like that, like, oh yeah, everybody's kind of screwed up, and like we commiserate with each other because of that.
But I think it's going to take decades because they're kind of silly over there. There's like they do have there's a wackiness. There's like this weird Benny Hill holdover that just kind of hangs around in England.
Right.
But you got to remember, we had Pryor and we had Lenny Bruce, we had Carlin, so we've been trained in this for a long time.
It's the American art form.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
Jazz and comedy, and stand up. I think that's a good point. Yeah.
So this is.
I'm glad they were analyzing comedy because nothing funnier than that.
It's our favorite thing.
But this show's got one of my favorite jokes in it. So this is Carrying Monsters. The great and flammable Richard Pryor once said, everybody carries their own monsters.
That's right.
And so I introduce everybody to every single one of mine. It starts at my childhood where my mom used to take me to bars with her when I was 4.
Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, she did. It was crazy. You know why? Because babysitters cost 3 drinks an hour.
That's exactly what it is. She can save it.
Fourth Harvey Wallbanger.
My dad's a gambling addict, so we would go to the horse track with him. So I'm like, I know. I'm not going to miss out on 8 $2 bets.
My dad would take me. We would go to like the Lake Tahoe. There's casinos there. My dad loved to gamble. He had this change jar would fill up with quarters, and he would just take the cash it in, and we'd go there, and he would give me like 6 quarters and drop me off at there was like arcade under Harris at the Harris Casino, and he'd leave me there for 5 hours.
Figure it out.
And,
$1.50.
Yeah, so I got really good at pinball. I won games. I got 9 games. But he called it camping. We were going camping.
But for your career, from the creative standpoint, that all probably also allows you to be non-judgmental about that world in a way, right?
Yeah.
Where you're looking for as a performer, a comedian, you're looking for the gold, not the wah-wah. I mean, there's
no, never looking for this.
Right.
That happens with this show. Sometimes we'll go, the first bit about mom leaving me in the, because she would go out with guys. Like, I got picked up. The story I tell.
And you grew up where
here's
again?
What we first lived, I lived with my mom in North Hollywood, California. My mom was, how do you describe your mom, by the way? Because your dad seems kind of wacky. How was you?
Oh, my mom's a hoarder.
She's a hoarder.
We could have a conversation.
My mom,
you guys honestly might
my
become
diabolical
best friends.
Joker level supervillain. She was a manic depressive schizophrenic, 185 IQ, spoke 4 languages, played concert piano, and shot and killed her 3rd husband. So
right.
I think, I don't think I beat your dad though, but I think by moms, I got you on mom.
A psycho savant in many ways.
I will tell these stories, and then this first, the opening bit of the show is me going to bars with my mom and what happened. I got picked up by the LAPD. First of all, we lived in North Hollywood, California. North Hollywood, California is a lot like Hollywood, except there's no money mansions or actors.
Right.
A lot of Latinos live there. You could call it Ola Wood.
Yeah.
And ironically, like Hollywood, there's a lot of Oscars.
I lived there for a little bit.
Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. So we lived there, and anyway, the whole story. It's a long story. I can't tell this whole story, but she takes me to a bar the one night, and and I'm a 4-year-old in the bar, and nobody cared because my mom was super hot. So my future uncles would overlook it.
Yeah.
And so one day she left there was a small band in the corner, this crappy little bar. And she'd take me to these bars with, you guys have bars like that here with no windows. To keep out the light and the hope.
Daytimers.
Yeah. And so she left with this dude out back, and there was a drum kit. I played a drum kit for a little while, and no one killed me. That's how hot my mom was. I'm 4, and I went to go find mom, and I walked out the front door of the bar onto Victory Boulevard in North Hollywood, which is very ironically named. There's never been a Victory on Victory Boulevard.
Right.
And I start walking on the street, and I get picked up by the LAPD.
Yeah.
And they knew I was lost. They didn't think I was turning tricks or anything.
Right.
I mean, unless I was a prodigy.
I was going to say.
Yeah. That joke's dedicated to the Boy Scouts of America and the Catholic Church.
Get your own jar of quarters put together. Yeah. But were you scared, or was it just like that was life?
Isn't that weird? Boy, so many people don't get that because they have their normal life to judge. So when they hear it, they're like, oh my God.
Right.
But if you grew up with a manic depressive mother and a father that was just horrible, my dad got divorced 6 times. If you grew up like that,
nothing scares
that
you.
was just your life.
Yeah.
And so
just Wednesday.
So yeah, the cops were like, "Why do you smell like vodka?" I go, "That's what's in a Harvey Wallbanger." And they drove me around the block, and about the 4th time, mom came out, and the cop, and she was so bad. But the cops just get out of the car, and they're just like, I remember this. I'm standing next to her. They're screaming at my mom. The cop's like, "Ma'am, is this your son? What the hell are you doing? Taking a 4-year-old out? He's walking the streets at midnight. What is wrong with you? You should be nowhere near a child." Now take him back inside. And get him some bar cherries and martini olives so he has his fruits and vegetables. Now,
I mean,
give me back to her.
But that's part of it too. Is that back then there was a different vibe around those things.
Yeah, you drank in the car. My dad would.
Yeah.
I remember when my dad being mad that the drunk driving laws changed, where you couldn't have a beer in the car anymore.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, like mid-'80s. I played a clip a while ago that's kind of going around online again about those people when they started instituting those kinds of laws. In like Texas in the 80s and things like that. They're like, now they want you to wear a seatbelt and you can't even have a beer in the truck after work.
I want to be thrown free. People used to say that out loud. I want to be thrown. Do you really? You want to be thrown free of the 4,000-pound vehicle that might crush you? Cool.
So how do you so vividly remember so many of those things? Like I barely, obviously, I think
because here's what happens. Because there's extremeness to it. Like you're still a human being, so even though you're a little kid, I'm standing with the police, and they're yelling at my mom. That's an extreme situation. We're in, it's 1 a.m. We're outside of a bar. I remember that. I remember, and I always kind of had this weird. You're kids, and kids are very, very intuitive. My mom was nuts, and I kind of knew it.
Yeah,
but she was my mom. It's what I had, So then when my dad got me, because after my mom left me overnight in Burbank Airport. That's another story I tell on the show. Don't look at me like that. It's okay. I've made a lot of money. I've made a lot of money off
you
of
are speaking
my
my
pain.
language more than you understand.
She left me, and so anyway, so that's another story, but that I tell on the show. I think here's the thing. Some people are mad about their lives. You're a comic. You're not mad about what your dad did. You can see the absurdity of human beings. Mm-hmm. That's what happens as a comic. What happens? Because the first bit I ever wrote about my parents got real serious. Because I tried to be Dana Carvey and Robin Williams for about 10 years.
Okay.
And it's not my personality.
Yeah.
My manager at the time just turned me aside. He goes, "What are you doing?" I go, because I'd written a bit about my mom's mental illness, but I was doing like, she's mentally ill. Oh, I was like doing that, and he goes, "What the hell are you doing?" I go, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You're talking about your mom in a mental hospital, and you're doing it like Seinfeld or Robin Williams, and no one knows if you're lying or not. Start being you." And I go, "They're not going to like me." He goes, "Listen, I don't know that happy guy on stage. I know an angry, pissed off guy. Be that guy." Right. And so to stuff it up his butt, I basically wrote a bit called "We Need Comedy to Get Rid of Our Desire to Kill," because I knew it was going to suck. Mm-hmm. And it ends up being the first night I do it, and it blows the roof off the room. But all I have is my crappy material after that. So I did 3 minutes, killed.
Yeah.
And then
just a little.
Then I dropped into the and they were like, "What?" And so it was really, it taught me a big lesson about comedy. Be who you are. Find out you can't at the beginning because you don't know who you are on stage. But comics, if you can. That's what you're striving for. You're striving to find out your honest. It's the great story is Pryor. Pryor's the great story. Pryor,
he changed the face of comedy.
Yeah, but did you ever see the shot of him on Ed Sullivan?
Yeah.
He's
doing
Cosby
jokes. Yeah.
Yes.
No, he's
in the suit and he's
got a newspaper. He's got a cardigan on with a tie.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell? It was like Richard Pryor doing a bit.
Yeah.
You know,
it's like Carlin before he kind of
Carlin was silly, but Pryor does this, and then so the true story about Pryor, you may know this. He was on stage in Vegas. He was working with, I forget it, some Tony Bennett, whoever he's working for, and he's in the middle of his set. And he just goes, "Man, I'm not doing this mother effing stuff anymore." And he walked off mid-set and disappeared. He ended up in the Bay Area, started doing comedy in Oakland, started doing comedy hardcore, like just Lenny Bruce style. Started saying what he wanted. Came out 3 years later and was Richard Pryor we know. And Richard Pryor, I think, look, man, what I've accessed, and back to what I was trying to say earlier, my wife said, she goes, "What story couldn't you tell of your life?" And I said, "My story about my sister killing herself." And she goes, "Then you have to write that story."
Right.
And I was like, I remember.
That's the one you got to figure out how to make funny.
I remember getting mad.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is the situations aren't funny, and you have this. This is hard to do. The situations aren't funny. Usually, how you reacted or what happened around the situation. Like taking a little kid to go horse. It's like there's you as a kid, you're just looking for the upside. You're trying to figure it out. So I always try to approach it. Look, if I had pain about this life, I wouldn't be able to write jokes about it.
Right.
But because I've blown it off now, and here's the thing: if you do have pain about a bit, let's this sort of bit you don't.
I have a bit that I'm working on right now about being a bedwetter till I was 14. So
Right.
it's a lot of pain that turned into jokes.
And you
I
gotta dig
also
it out.
have a sister that I'm going to call after this and be like, hey, I need a favor.
Can you?
But here's the thing about it is that I saw it was a challenge at one point, I took it on because my wife and I are very competitive, and I took it on and I wrote the bit about what really happened to my sister, and it goes off into guns and it goes off into the statistics about it, about suicide and stuff, and then it comes back to what really happened, and then I can't even do the setup. It's the darkest setup to a joke I've ever written. And then I pull 3 punchlines off. I mean, the audience,
Right.
they're like,
They're laid out. Yeah.
and then I do 3 jokes after it, and then there's I call it hate clapping. They laugh, and then they're like, I can't believe
I don't know what else to
that
do.
you-
Yeah.
Like, did you just do that? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
well written, but damn, bro.
Yeah.
And that was my triple backflip. So this new show is the best thing I've ever done. We're gonna probably film it right after Christmas. And then I'm working on the next one. I have a list of stuff on my phone already. I love doing this.
Using the
It's the best
sisters,
part.
using the sister story just as an example.
Right.
Do you get it all down, the facts or the bullet points or the beats of what you want to tell about the story?
Oh, here's how I write.
Are you hearing things to weave in as you're writing, or do you get it all down and then punch through it? And
So I have a system. So Burt Kreischer asked me on the podcast. So how do you? Because I have the meeting Bruce Springsteen story is 29 minutes long, the
Right.
entire story, and there's a joke every 12 seconds.
Right.
So how do you do that? So what I do is, and this ready, youngsters? You guys
Oh,
ready?
yeah, I have my pen. I have my pen. Please, hurry.
Well, let me tell you how I do it. So there's the problem with being a comedian when you're writing comedy is that you have this thing in you that I have to be funny. So
Yeah.
you're in a room by yourself and you have this paranoia that I'm not being funny. You don't have to be funny in the room by yourself. So what I do is I call the dragnet part of it. I write the facts down first. I literally write the story beginning to end. I write every detail, where I was, who was there, what their personality was like, but
Right.
I don't give it any jokes.
so you're not getting sidetracked with the ha-ha.
Right, just
Yeah.
A to B,
Right.
go all the way to end.
Yep.
Boom. Then now
We call that Hannah Gatsbying.
well, she doesn't do the second part.
Yeah.
Just the first part. She doesn't do she doesn't do the rest of it. So here's the second part. Maybe,
Okay, this is
'cause
where
I
it
remember
becomes
having a
Christopher
meeting with her, and
Titusing,
and the meeting got interrupted, and I never told her the second half.
Yeah.
That's not going to come back to haunt me. So
Yeah, I'm the one that said it.
here's the second part. So then you go back, and now, but you have 80. Let's say you got 45 things, 45 details, and be as specific as possible because the comedy's in the details.
Yeah.
Really, people think comedy's and you ever notice. Well, look at Pryor. Pryor didn't you ever notice it? He told specific stories about moments in his life that are so specific. That's the
That people couldn't identify with, but
Right.
made them really funny.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, but Pryor had this great way of grounding it into human emotion. So we are all humans. We all have emotions. We all get it.
Yeah.
So then what I do is I go back, and then you got 40 things. Well, it's daunting. Now you're a comic. You got 40 jokes you got to write. Well, I took that out of it. I just take the 40, I put it aside. I take the first one, put it down there, and I just work on a punchline. For every sentence needs a punchline. Every sentence needs a punchline. And it doesn't have to be a killer. It just has to be enough to blow the feather up. Laughter is
Yep.
and you
I like that.
So you keep doing that. You keep doing that, and you do that 40 times. So what'll happen is because you've kept blowing the feather up, the laughter, you never let the audience get quiet. They just every little joke's got something. There's going to be a killer story because you told an anecdote, and there's a reason you told this story because at the end there's a point to it.
Yeah.
Because you've kept them laughing that whole 40 jokes, it was just like 7, 8 minutes. That end of that story, Grandma did heroin. You find out at the end. They'll give you an applause break.
Mm-hmm.
The best I ever saw doing it was Richard Jeni. Richard Jeni was such a master, man. I went and watched him. He was at JFL. I was watching him just for laughs, and I've never seen a guy walk on stage, present a subject, build the premise, then he would just amp it up to where applause.
Yeah.
Boom, new premise.
That was really sad about
Build it
Richard
up.
Jeni.
Nick Costas over at Hilarities always talks about Richard
Yeah.
Jeni and has the most glowing reviews of him. And I unfortunately never got to see him live, but I was at the club. Scott, who brought you over, was the one that told he's like, I got terrible news, and it was just so devastating because
he was a nice guy.
He was a nice, but he was there was some sort of jealousy or something against him by some comics, but then maybe it was more his personality off stage. But
I have that. I have that problem too, man. Over the years,
that's what I was trying to tell you.
I'm a much nicer guy. Oh, that was a nice way. Nice. Oh, I didn't know this was an intervention.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
It is.
See how he blew the feather up until he got to the end.
And then he was like, Titus, we gathered here for this reason.
Drop the hammer.
There's a reason you're not. You're not.
He's a quick learner.
Over the years, I have smarted off to people. Sometimes I do it as a joke.
Yeah.
I was a comic years ago. I got off stage. I was a new comic, and I used to do this. Man, God, that guy, you guys remember? Guys, let me tell you, I started this business in 1983.
Yeah.
I was making a living at 80. I haven't had a paycheck from a real job since 1986.
Yeah.
So,
good for you.
it was this comic I'm working with, my first gig, and I'm opening, and I used to close with this Clint Eastwood as president bit. I mean, granted, this is 1983.
Very topical.
Yeah. At the time, I was killing it.
I know it.
Because all this was going on with Russia, and he does a speech from Dirty Harry and blah blah blah. So, and I was the first guy to do it. But anyway, I slay up in Sacramento. I get off stage in the middle act there, and it's a guy, and I just say, I said, follow that mother effer. And I was kidding. I was kidding.
Yeah.
So that story gets around to San Francisco that, Titus is just this guy. I was kidding. But my dad, I was raised by a dude that, like, we would have insult competitions on summer vacation with my family. We would just, my brother, my sister, and my dad would sit around and slam each other for hours at a time. My dad's drinking. He would start it, and then we just start going back. And then he would
deep
laugh.
cuts?
Oh, I'm talking.
Or surface material.
We'll find out exactly what's wrong with you, and then we take it. Then you take a drill and you put a hole through that. That's
tweak
what
That's
what we did. So that's how I was raised. So I can be really harsh I'm just being funny. I keep waiting for but no one else was my dad.
But my guess is the guy couldn't follow it, and so then he's like, well, I don't like this guy now.
That's true.
There is that.
Just so you know, that did happen.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But that's also kind of, as me being an a-hole too. But and I'm very specific about what I like and what I want, and I think some people over the years have gotten like, Titus just, I like when I did my TV show, that was my idea. I fought for the black and white. And I go, no, this is what we're doing. And I told them at the network, I said, guys, if you don't want to do this, I don't want a TV show.
Right.
And they were like, you're kidding. I'm like, no, if this is black and white flashbacks, we have to shoot the flashbacks in single camera. They have to be funny in 15 seconds. The black and white, because I wanted to set up a visual thing where the audience didn't have to be told where they were.
Yeah.
They knew they were in the black and white space. They knew I was going to talk to camera. If it was a single shot without cutting, they knew it was a flashback. And then they had the 4-camera sitcom. And it ended up being brilliant, but there was some people that argued with me about it, and I'm sure I left some. There's, if you look behind me, there's bridges on fire. Do you see the smoke?
Knives in your back.
Those are bridges.
Yeah.
I burned them.
Christopher Titus is back in Cleveland. It's the Carrying Monster Stories at Hilarities this weekend. You can go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details.
I'm better now, by the way. I'm better now.
That's good.
Yeah.
And he is prolific, if nothing else.
What have you heard, by the way? Seriously,
so many good things.
Also paranoid. Also paranoid.
Well, we put the camera so close to his face. How can he be anything?
That did freak me out.
I know, right?
That was an artistic thing that we decided to do because
we are uncompromising here on the show.
Exactly.
With our choices.
No one's telling me what to do.
That's right.
But that also got me my TV show canceled.
Yeah.
We had a new president come in, and I went, and they wanted to change
of the guard.
And I went, nope.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay.
Okay, bye.
Yeah. They were like,
Bye.
we don't need you. Yeah, but I'm doing so what? Nah, we don't need you.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see you, man. Congratulations
on
all
Thanks for
this.
having me on. I hope
Absolutely.
I was amusing.
Absolutely. Oh, you always are.
By the way, that class, that comedy class we just gave, please record
Venmo
and save it. No,
Yeah.
it's all right. That's a freebie because you put some butts in seats tonight by letting me come on the radio.
Yeah.
But that's why the stories are so long. So just give yourself, okay, last thing I'm going to say, comedians, when you're writing by yourself, give yourself permission to not be funny. No one cares. Don't take it on stage like that.
Yes. I was gonna say, like, I know comedians that are listening to the show right now. You got that part down.
Right. Titus said it didn't need laughs.
Titus said, "Don't be funny." That's not what I said. It's not what I said.
I gave myself permission every day. All right, go see Titus at Hilarities, and you'll never be let down.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Get ready to win your way to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances.
Foo Fighters, Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson.
of us safe, which leaves me.
I'm asking for your forgiveness.
Aftershock Season 2, starring Sarah Wayne Callies, David Harbour, and Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Listen to Aftershock on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm going to go see Bullet for My Valentine. Special guests Of Mice and Men and Vended. Going to happen Wednesday, October 18th at the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com to get the tickets. If you strike out here, you'll get my last pair right now to see Bullet for My Valentine. Good live band. So good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Summertime means beers, barbecues, and fishing the occasional drunk friend out of the lake while he searches for his arm.
Hey, buddy, you find it?
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Getting pumped up for the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, which is within the hour, by the way. You won't even have to wait another 60 minutes to get your weekend started, at least according to us. I always feel bad for people who are forced to start their weekend earlier because, what good is it really?
Right.
False sense of accomplishment there. If you're looking for metal, by the way, we're going to have it for you tomorrow night. 2 hours to midnight is our metal show here on The Buzzard. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. And it's 2 hours of nothing but metal. That's the point. We're going to have local music like we do every week. We're going to have brand new stuff. We're going to have classic metal and your requests. So you can always send something in to us. If you're in a band, send me your stuff. Local music from After the Apocalypse and V-Trigger this weekend. So tomorrow night, it's an afternoon Guardians game. So we're not going to get pushed. We're not going to get what do they call that when you
bumped?
Bumped is another word. What's the other word when you get
Preempted?
Preempted. Not going to get preempted. So tomorrow night, 10 o'clock until midnight, 2 hours to midnight of the Buzzard. I was reading about how one of the dating deal breakers early in a relationship is if the person is playing metal in their car.
Oh, no.
They were talking to all kinds of different people about dating no-nos, primarily in the early part of the relationship, when you're trying to put on a good face. And they said that... Well, the number one driving turnoff was driving drunk.
Really?
That's a turnoff to a lot of people. He got behind the wheel and he was hammered, and I don't know. That's just, we got home and everything, but boy, that's a real turnoff. Might be a beige flag, not a red flag. Might be a beige flag this time around. Loud cars are a turnoff, but as far as music goes, metal is a no-go. Although country music was deemed more offensive car music than metal, but what are you going to do?
That's why Brian and Mary are star-crossed lovers.
That's why we work so well.
So well.
Against all odds.
You guys are... What were you calling yourselves earlier? Because you're so stereotypically...
Oh, hacky.
We're
a
very
hacky
hacky,
couple.
yeah.
You're a hacky couple?
Well, I laugh because, a lot of those relationship videos you see on TikTok or Instagram where it's how men hang a painting. I've shared one on my story today. How men hang a painting versus how women hang a painting. I send those to Brian. I'm like, dude, this is so us.
Because your roles are reversed, you mean?
No, not even. Just that dumb living together humor.
Yeah.
I find very, very funny because a lot of the time it relates to Brian and I. And I'm like, dude, we're just... the suburban couple.
I see.
Hanging out, hanging paintings,
Yeah. All right. Anything new go up on the walls?
No. Well, actually, we have to do wallpaper. We've had it for probably about a month now. But we're doing it. Brian got his design idea for a moody bathroom. So
Like the Moody Bible Institute?
yes, exactly.
Yeah, cool.
That's what
All
it's
right.
from, actually.
Yep.
No, it's our half bath in the back of the house where the addition is. There's a half bathroom. So he painted he had his friend paint all the walls black. And then we're going to put up like this black and white and pink floral wallpaper.
I see.
Right? So
Yep.
it's like dark and moody.
Yep.
But we've had the wallpaper for a month because we haven't had, he thinks it's going to take multiple days. But it's peel and stick wallpaper.
That's a
It's
pain
like
in the
a
ass.
sticker.
Yeah.
I'm like, this cannot be more than a couple hour project. I can't imagine that this is going to take multiple days. It is a small bathroom. We're talking like maybe 4 feet by 2 feet. Like
Right.
this is a tiny little half bathroom. So that has to get done this weekend. That is what's going to happen next. And I will admit, I kind of underestimate things where I'm like, we'll watch a YouTube video, we'll figure it out, it'll be fine. He wants to borrow our friend's like 2-foot level and is like, we need to bring the ladder inside and we got to make sure this, and that. And I'm like, it's not.
Well,
gonna
but two
be
things
that
can be
in
true. I
depth.
mean, you can look at the YouTube video, but also like you only want to
Being
do it.
prepared is good.
Yeah, but I just
You
don't
only
feel
want
like
to
it's
do
gonna
it.
be that hard.
You only want to do it once, though.
He never
Right.
said it's going to be hard. He just wants to do it right.
Wants to do it right. Get the level, get the ladder. Like our half bath, the walls are all painted black. So it's not something you want to screw up because you just want to make sure you're doing it right the
I
first
understand
time.
that.
Yeah.
I fully get that. But he also worries. He worries too much. I
You worry
don't
too little.
worry enough.
I
right?
see.
Where
you
I'm
need somebody
kinda like-
who's worrying the right amount.
Well,
the
Right.
Goldilocks.
It is his house, but I'm also kind of like, it'll be fine. If it's not 100% absolutely perfect, no one is walking into that half bathroom and being like, I can't believe this corner.
No,
of the
but he'll
wallpaper."
know.
And that's what it comes down
You save
to.
your
Of course.
worrying for things that you think are important.
Yeah, I worry about different things.
Like what?
I don't know.
Yeah, but it's all, listen, it is your house. It is where you live. It's not something you want to go, screw that up. I got to do it again. You want to just do it one time.
Yeah. And that's his thing. So
Yeah.
we haven't had a full day with nothing to. He doesn't want to do it after work. We've had stuff to do with the kid, or I've been out of town, or whatever's been going on every weekend. So this Sunday is our first day in a month with nothing to do except hang the wallpaper.
Like little details will drive me crazy.
That's how, and he has OCD, so
like
that's him too.
if I see something where there's like a painting that's like askew or something, like I'll look at it and know, and I'll go yoink.
Yep.
Like it will. So especially in my own house.
So that's his thing, is that we've got to he's like, it's not going to be that easy. We got to take the mirror off the wall. I'm like, it's going to take, 40 seconds to get the mirror off the wall? Like,
You're doing the wallpaper on all 4 walls or one accent wall?
all of the walls, but it's such a small bathroom
Right.
that the one wall is mostly a door.
I see.
So there's maybe
Now you're
6
going to have to
inches
do
on
cuts on that wall then
Huh?
to make them fit?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of stuff he's worried about, is like above the
Mhm.
door frame and like it all being different sizes or whatever. And
Is he going to take the door trim off?
I hope not.
He should.
I don't even know what that means.
That's how you get that nice, sweet, tight.
I think that's beyond our realm of
No, you just pull them out.
skill
and you
set.
Try them
that's
out and
fine.
hammer them back in.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not super hard.
Let me give you this trip here. It is a trip to Las Vegas. It's you and a pal at our iHeartRadio Music Festival. It's at the T-Mobile Arena middle of next month, 22nd, 23rd. We'll fly you out, put you up, throw you $1,000 cash, and tickets to the big event with the Foo Fighters and Fall Out Boy and 30 Seconds to Mars and lots more. So listen closely. I think this is your last keyword this week, so I hope you win. Good luck.
Now, your chance at a trip to our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword WIN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's WIN to 200-200.
Alan, this is Rich down in Jacksonville, Florida, listening live to today's show. And you had mentioned that Jenny came by and put him on the glass during a commercial break. If it doesn't happen on air, did it really ever happen at all? Hate the show.
Oh, it did
Bye.
happen. Bill and I saw it. I mean, I get what you're saying. Yeah, Jenny came by and said, I said, after a couple people had a couple of false starts, they were like, what if I come by and put my boobs in the window? Can I get tickets for the cruise? I go, yeah, first person who does that will get tickets for the Captain Fun's Floating Fandango. And Jenny called and said, I'm going to do it because I live downtown, and I took it with a grain of salt. This is the top of the show. And I said, yeah, okay. And she came down and did it. her impressions
Still there.
are still on the window.
I don't know how often
She made a good impression on us.
how often those windows get washed, but I have a feeling they're going to be
never.
there for a long time.
Yes, of course. That's how we're going to know they don't get washed now.
Right.
Other than just looking at
we
them.
have a point of reference.
Yes.
Like the blood from that Metallica
yep.
thing.
Until I went out and wiped it all off. That blood would still be there if I hadn't gone outside and wiped it off with a spray bottle and a roll of paper towel. You're welcome, 668 Euclid. Oh, you know what else I'm missing tonight? I've missed a couple of good shows this week. Willie Nelson's big thing is tonight at Blossom.
Oh, nice.
The big, what was it, Willie Nelson's birthday bash or something?
No, I thought Outlaw Tour.
Outlaw
something.
Tour. There you go. Willie Nelson's Outlaw Music Festival is out there. John Fogerty's there. He's 78, man.
Every time I hear John Fogerty, I picture Foghorn Leghorn. I don't know why, because his last name has Fog in it. Fogerty, Foghorn Leghorn. But that's
You don't ever think of the band Foghat?
No, I think of the chicken or rooster, whatever he is.
I say. Mara's thinking of me again.
Yes.
I say, I ain't no fortunate son.
No, we were watching that Creedence documentary last year. It's so good. Live at the Royal Albert Hall. It's not even really a documentary. It's more like a concert film, but they talk to him a lot, and there's a lot of archival footage. And, boy, you know the history of Creedence. That is a band that got screwed out of their, money, and they signed the worst contract ever in rock and roll. And so John Fogerty, as the guy who was basically the band, really a lot of acrimony for a long, long time. But anyway, that Outlaw Music Festival is tonight at Blossom. You think that maybe I'll go after my gig? You think they'll still be going after 10 o'clock?
Yes. Oh, no, is there a noise ordinance thing down there?
What, Blossom?
Yeah, like they can't play past 11
Well,
or
I don't
something.
I think that's a union thing that they get into fines if they play a certain past a certain time, but
Oh, I thought it was because it was in a national park, that there were weird rules around.
Blossom is in a national park?
Isn't it in Cuyahoga Valley National Park?
Is it?
I don't.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if it's in it or just butts up next to it, but that whole area is the park.
Okay, so
I don't know any of
theoretically, so my gig, I'm at Game On tonight in Lakewood giving away tickets for the cruise. So I'm there from 8 to 10.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, I could leave. It would only take me 46 minutes to get to Blossom from Lakewood.
Right.
I could theoretically see the tail end of this show.
You could.
You probably could, yeah.
Or give all your tickets away by 8:30.
8:30, yeah.
Get
All
out
right,
of
everybody, see ya.
Oh, you sung my Battleship. That's so crazy.
A1, B1, B. You got it.
Oh, that's so wild.
Put them all in one corner.
Oh my
That was
God,
a
good
bad
guess. You get
strategy.
tickets. Okay,
Yeah,
bye.
well, I get paid for 2 hours. I'm a professional, Mary.
Sorry.
Come on.
I didn't realize.
Yeah. So, anyway, I love John Fogerty, though. He finally got the rights to the Creedence catalog this year.
Oh,
This
geez.
guy's been in court for 50 years. And he's like, I finally got the rights to the songs that I wrote, a long time ago. And, anyway. Yeah, because Trump was using Fortunate Son at campaign rallies, and John Fogerty sent him a cease and desist and that whole
also,
bit.
do you know what the song's about?
No, he doesn't. No, it's like people are mad at Rage because they're so political, Yep. People like what they like musically. They don't, he's not a lyrics guy, Bill.
Yeah, Bill.
Not really paying close attention to it. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby, how are you?
Twice in a week. To what do I owe this pleasure?
I heard a really good joke this morning, and I have got to tell you.
Is it like a
What
street
is-
joke or?
It's quick.
Yeah.
What is 6.9?
Yeah, I know, Sue. Something good with a period in it.
Ruined by a period.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, well. How's everything going, you guys?
Now that's if you're of the mind that ruins the situation. Not for everybody. Not for everyone.
No, it's
Sue.
not.
Some people,
Yeah, I ain't
you
tr-
just
you
lay
know what I
down a
mean?
tarp
He's not trying to get Red Wings.
and do your work. How are you spending your Friday afternoon, Sue?
Well, we went to the store. We're going to his daughter's tomorrow, and his son was coming over from Alliance.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to do a grill out and kids, his side of the family.
And are you feeling all right? Are you still convalescing from your surgeries or what?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. That bruise, I told you, was 18 inches long.
You sure did.
And 7 inches wide.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's grown a little bit, but it's fading.
It's fading. Okay, so there's no internal bleeding, so to speak, is what you're...
No,
Okay.
There's still a lump in there. They call it a hematoma, but they said that my body will absorb it, so it'll just go away on its own.
Right.
They said like 2 to 6 weeks. I'm like,
All right. Well, enjoy the grill out, Sue.
hey, Erica.
Nope.
Yes?
I'm glad you had a good time last night.
Me?
No, Erica.
What did Erica do last night?
She went to Nickelback.
Right, she did. She had a great time.
Did you have fun at Nickelback, Erica?
Yeah.
Erica did have a fun time at Nickelback last night, not Wednesday night.
No, I said last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Wednesday night.
And I am Mary. I've been on the show for 4 years.
Oh, Sue, you're the best. Thank you, Sue. That's why we call her Drunk Sue. Whether she is or not, she always seems to be. All right, I got a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to do that, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. And we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
from the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. That's the sound of the police. That's the sound of the beast. Stand clear. Done, man, attack. You can't stand where I stand. You can't walk where I walk. Watch out. We run New York. Policeman come. We bust them out the park. I know this for a fact. You don't like how I act. You claim I'm selling crack. But you be doing that. I'd rather say see ya, because I would never be.
KRS-One. BDP, Boogie Down Productions. I remember in college, a buddy of mine was way into hip-hop. I didn't know much about it. I was a rock and roll metal kid. He had a giant BDP poster on his door, and so we listened to a lot of KRS-One, and I loved it. Today is considered the 50th anniversary of hip-hop. They put the pin on the map. August 11th, 1973 is what they considered to be the birth of it, when DJ Kool Herc, a kid named Clive Campbell, who was only 18 years old at the time, he had moved to the Bronx from Jamaica. But DJ Kool Herc, for people who go way back, know the name, and he had a party for his sister on August the 11th, 1973, and that was considered, in retrospect, the birth of hip-hop and everything that came from it. So all those people, like in the early days, because it changed a lot, obviously, but like Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five were using it to speak out against injustice. That's what KRS-One was doing. And then, you know, disco was kind of mixed in a little bit there too. But for people who pay attention to those things, you'll see a lot of articles today about the 50th anniversary of hip-hop as an art form. I just love the picture. Luther Campbell, who was with Two Live Crew, you know, he went to court over those albums, over free speech things, because the CDs were getting banned. I mean, you remember Two Live Crew. I mean, they were just notorious at the time. They were singing about Poontang and all kinds of stuff. But I'll show you this here on the live stream. I like the picture of his lawyer. Look at the guy there with like the Abe Lincoln beard. That guy was Luther Campbell's lawyer. He's just got the chin strap beard. And I guess that was his legal representation. Now, some people don't care about hip-hop, and I understand that too. But you got to give it up, boy. I mean, Rapper's Delight, right? That's the one that people talk about as the first major hip-hop hit, was when Sugar Hill Gang put out Rapper's Delight. Hip to the hippity hop.
Yeah.
Remember the hip hop?
Yeah, and that's
you
the
don't
one that,
stop.
The people that were deeper into hip hop at the time were like, "This is trash."
Yeah, this is garbage. Yeah, but that's what blew it up. You know, sometimes you just have to. There wouldn't be Megan Thee Stallion and Nicki Minaj and Lil Kim. That's right. Without Rapper's Delight, and guys were singing about their sneakers and what are you gonna do? That whole big LL Cool J show is tomorrow night in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah.
At the Romo Fijo. They're doing that LL Cool J leads the Force. The Force Live is what it is. And so it's a whole bunch of like Gen X hip-hop, you know. LL Cool J, we were at the Rock Hall when he got inducted.
Yeah, that was cool. Jay. And when I went there to the Rock Hall with my nephew, who's named James, and they had an LL Cool J hat that said "Ladies Love Cool James."
Sure.
And I was hoping it was for sale because I was going to buy it for him, but it wasn't. And I sent a picture to my brother, and he goes, "Why in the world would they make that hat?" I'm like, "That's LL Cool J." He's like, "Oh, okay."
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
He's like, "Yeah, you know, that's all
I
right."
didn't know that's what it stood for until I got on the show.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I didn't know. I never knew what LL Cool J stood for.
I think he was on like an episode of Mad TV or something, and I heard them say it.
Okay.
I feel like I saw it in a sketch context when I was young. And that's the only sketch. I didn't watch Saturday Night Live, but I also don't know if LL Cool J was ever on Mad TV.
Was there a guy
They might have
licking his
done a
lips? It's
joke
probably him.
about
Or they
him
might
on-
have done
yeah.
a joke. Yeah, I don't remember. But I
Aries
feel
Spears
like
playing LL Cool J.
that is probably what it was. It was
Mhm.
probably Aries Spears being LL Cool J. And I was like, oh, that's what his name stands for. I'm almost positive that's how I found that out.
Well, the show tomorrow night, I mean, the lineup's dynamite if nobody cancels. It's LL Cool J, DJ Jazzy Jeff, The Roots, Z-Trip, Common from Chicago, Illinois, Method Man and Redman, Jadakiss, MC Light, and Bone Thugs and Harmony, who just had 99th Street renamed to Bone Thugs and Harmony Way. We've had all those guys on this show over the years individually. It was the first show I ever saw when I moved to Cleveland was Bone Thugs at the House of Blues.
You said it was like 100 people.
My wife's
on
a
stage.
huge fan.
Hi,
100 people on stage. I mean, the
Just
cops,
standing
it
there.
was the greatest show ever. I mean, the cops were trying to arrest people. People were hiding behind the other 99 people. Somebody had a warrant out there like, you know, the
Just sing from the back.
DJ table had like one of those table skirts. So they were like getting underneath it and trying to hide and running out the back. It was awesome.
Where was this show?
The House of Blues.
House of Blues.
We had just moved here. My wife's a big Bone Thugs fan, and so she goes, let's go see Bone Thugs. I was like, yeah, cool. So we went. We're up in the mezzanine getting blazed with these cholos, and oh, it was the best. Bone Thugs just had 99th Street renamed for Bone Thugs.
Very cool.
199999. So congratulations to them. So now, when you're getting in trouble, you're calling your friends frantically. Where are you? I'm on Bone Thugs Way.
Bone Thugs and Harmony Way.
It's N Harmony Way. Thugs N Harmony Way is what it is. Alan, please tell Mary it's no BS. I would wait a week after painting to put up the wallpaper. I would take down all the trim and the door frame so you can hide any mistakes. Use an X-Acto knife, not a razor blade, and get a paint shield so when you put the wallpaper down, it's even and smooth.
Well,
Be patient. And this is a small bathroom,
it's tiny.
as you describe it. So,
But also, the paint has been done for like 6 months.
oh, well,
the
then,
paint
yeah,
was
okay.
done in March.
Gotcha.
Like, the paint has been done.
Oh, then you're
we
good, in good
just,
shape.
we couldn't agree on a wallpaper. And then I finally was like, this is your project. Pick whatever you want. You care so much more about this kind of stuff than I do. And so he finally picked one, and then we got it, and we haven't had time to hang the wallpaper yet. So the paint's been done. This is
Okay.
just about the wallpaper now.
All right.
I'm glad that that's your biggest frustration.
It's not my biggest frustration.
Frustration.
Oh, it's not my biggest frustration. That's
What
harder
should
to
be
say.
her biggest frustration?
Frustration.
No, nothing. I can't tell what her frustrations are. But I'm just saying that, I don't know. She's living a very privileged life now, and I'm here for it.
I don't like the way you said that.
No, I'm here for it. I'm glad.
He's happy that you're living this privileged life.
He said, listen, I'm happy I'm living a privileged life too, man.
Yes, I'm
To
happy.
be honest with you, I was in the ground 4 years ago. I lived it like a mole.
Well, I'm in
She
the
was
sky.
a mole. She was our little mole woman.
Yeah.
I'm in the sky now, and I
See?
had to carry up my stupid old couch.
6 flights up.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, he carried the whole thing by himself.
How'd you do that?
Because Orange Theory Fitness.
I cried the whole way. Well, I was checking
You
on.
didn't have one person who could help you.
No.
Not that cute girl in the building who you know or whatever.
She actually saw me. It's funny because I always see her at weird times.
Wait, who's this cute girl?
He met some cute girl at the mailbox, and she was like, "Yeah, I don't talk to anybody
said,
in the
"Yeah,
building."
I don't talk to
Still a couple of slots on Bill's dance card.
Sluts, Alan. Sluts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wrong
Still a
vowel.
couple of sluts on Bill's dance card.
But no.
So this was an assembled couch.
No, it wasn't assembled. It was.
You'd
it's
ordered
in
on
a-
Amazon.
it's in a
Oh,
huge-
you were dragging a box up 6 flights of stairs.
a huge box.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
And
I've also done that.
I had to do my dining room table.
Bill has also dragged a huge box into his apartment.
Cody, how'd you do it? Because when they delivered my dining room table, it was during COVID. It was like April or May of 2020. And I asked the delivery guy, I was like, hey, this thing weighs 120 pounds. There's no way I'm going to get this up 3 flights of stairs. And he was like, sorry, we're like legally, we can't come into any buildings right now. You have to get it up the stairs yourself. So I had to flip this 120 pound box end over end up the like how CrossFitters flip tires. That's
Yeah.
kind of how I was doing it because I was by myself. Did you just straight up carry it?
Dragged it.
both. Sometimes it was easier for me to carry it, because I don't know, for whatever reason, it would stop at every other step as I would like try and push it. So I'm like, all right, screw that. So I carried it for as long as I could carry it. Then I would like put it on its side and kind of like slide it up, and then I would pull it. So I've done it all. Like I flipped it, I carried it, I pulled it, I pushed it,
You dragged it.
however I could get up those 6 flights of stairs. But I like broke a sweat like trying to pull it, and it came in 2 boxes. Like there was one huge long box, and that's the one I took first. Another one, I feel like there was like pillows or something in there, because I'm like, why did they put
probably
this?
the cushions,
But I still don't understand. I was like, why?
because they come from different. Because you have to put it together.
Yes, I know, and I don't even know how to like.
He put his thing down, flipped it, and reversed it.
Yeah.
I didn't even open it up yet, so I
Nerve
don't even know.
nursing yet.
I don't even know what tools I need to assemble this.
They'll all come in the box.
It'll be in the box.
Okay,
They're called
perfect.
Allen wrenches, and
Yeah!
they are the bane of your existence.
But you will end up with 50 of them in
I have
a
so many.
drawer somewhere.
Well, it's funny because I ordered my bed frame off of Amazon, and when I put it together, I was like, I don't remember having any Allen wrenches. Like I don't remember any of these things.
Sometimes
And
with bed frames, it's just like the little slots.
it was a
click
little
into place or whatever.
But I realized I was really beating it out the frame. That was
Sluts, Mary.
Sluts. Sorry.
That's where it came. That's where the term "beating it out the frame" came from, because a lot of these little pieces were bent, so they weren't going in the same way I put them in before. So I had to like really jam it in there, and then I made it fit. So I don't know how it's going to be taking it out.
Maybe just a little more foreplay next time.
Yeah, because there were a lot of, and that was when I was fat too, so that probably could have contributed to it.
How much weight have you lost overall? 20 pounds? 30 pounds?
From like when I was fat.
You're fat.
Yeah.
Probably like 35, 40 pounds.
Good for you.
Well,
I was like 210.
you just made a mess.
Like when I was in Las Vegas, and that was July of last year.
You were how big? 210?
I was like 205, 210.
Wow.
That's skinny, Bill.
Is it?
Now, granted, that was when I weighed myself outside of that restaurant where
They
it
have
was like,
all you can eat pork or whatever
so,
it was.
So I had so I had my
Porkopolis or wherever you went.
So I had my shoes on, and then like, I had my everyday attire, so I don't know if that contributed to it, but it was like 207 or something like that. And I started dieting a little bit after that, because I was like, wow, I've never been over 200 pounds in my life, and here I am in Vegas in the hot sun, dehydrated, and I'm still,
sweating yourself down to 197.
Yeah, so that was like the biggest I've ever seen. And so since then, I've kind of like maintained, I fluctuated between like 175, like 177 to like 186. So that's like my sweet spot. So when I lose weight, if I could get down to like 173, which is, I would look really small if I get to 173. And what was I trying to lose when
20 pounds, I think. I think I deleted it.
I was at 169?
Yeah.
No, you started like 191.
He was
or
trying to lose
something
20
like
pounds.
that.
Yeah, but I think I weighed in, my last weigh-in was 169, right?
Yes. You were under 170.
Oh, God. I was so skinny then.
Yeah, but that's tough to maintain, too.
It was really hard.
Yeah.
Because it was the holidays right after that, so I think I probably gained like 5 pounds back. And then I added 10, 15 pounds of muscle. So, yeah, it's real hard.
He did it.
Hey, Alan. Just got home from work. Started listening to your show, and to be honest with you, still not good. I missed Rover today because I was working. So guess what I turned on? Rover's Morning Glory. Eat that, you piece of crap.
Eat that, you piece of crap.
Yeah.
That's great.
You piece of crap, Alan.
People don't understand. That doesn't bother me. I want
They're
people
on our
listening to this
station.
radio
Like,
station all the time. Last night at Dina's, people were like, "Oh, huge fan of the show." I'm sorry. I also listen to Rover. I go, don't apologize to me. I want people to apologize to me for listening. I go, I want people listening. I don't want them ever turning MMS off. I want them listening to the radio station all the time. So that's not, now calling me a piece of crap, that's hilarious.
Well, like,
You
also,
piece
like,
of crap.
he was ready to say
He was.
S word for poop, and then he goes, can't say that.
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you for censoring yourself.
Self-edit.
Yes, that's right. He said, eat that.
Eat that.
Eat
yes.
that, you piece of crap. Oh, that's awesome. Hold on, I want to hear that again.
So guess what I turned on? from River's Morning Glory. Eat that, you piece of crap.
Piece of.
I'm saving that. That's going right next to uncompetable. That's not the same guy, is it?
Let's
No,
hear
the-
uncompetable. I don't think it is.
Uncompetable.
No.
Right. Well, anywho. Okay, so Lil Cody is trying to get littler again.
Are you putting your couch together tonight?
Probably not, because I'm gonna get tacos and margs with a friend because it's like her birthday, and then my other friend, one of the gays, are in town, so I might stop by for a little.
One of
bonfire.
the gays are in town.
One of the two gays that I used to live with is in town, so I'll just stop by his house and maybe do a little.
Which one,
burn.
top or bottom?
Oh, the top. Yeah, you know which one.
I actually don't know who's. I don't know who's who.
Why didn't Poundcake open the box and make a few trips?
No, because
That
then you
seems-
could lose
yeah.
a piece or some screws.
That's not,
or...
well, the pieces will be in a bag, but that just sounds more.
Oh my God.
Like a pain in the ass.
I just
you
got
have an open box at the bottom of your steps,
and then there's
you're
the
running back.
styrofoam stuff that's
Yeah,
everywhere.
yeah.
I was just so sweaty, and Bill was like, "Did you put on cologne?" I was like, "Dude, I spritzed myself because I got it came. I was checking like the box."
Oh yeah, when I went in to record or
to say
to
hi.
talk about Weekend Cox and our plan for it, I walk in there and it smells like I was in a cologne factory.
Like an Uber?
Yeah, like
Like he was in a
exactly.
kiddie pool full of Polo Sport.
Right.
So I was checking like the delivery date, and it said between August 10th and August 15th, and then that was the last time. That was the last time I checked it, and I checked it this morning, and it said delivered. I said, "What? Delivered? Like right now? Right as I'm getting ready to go into the station." So I was like, "Well, let me see how big this box is. Maybe I can leave it there because our mailroom is really, really small." So I was like, "I don't want to block any other people getting their stuff." So I walked down there, and it takes up the entire room.
It's a giant box.
I was like, I can't leave this here all day. It's blocking,
Nobody can get their mail.
It's not just blocking the mailboxes, but it's blocking the entrance. Like the dude couldn't get in. So I'm like, damn it. I was like, I gotta take this upstairs right now. So I'm like dragging it down the hallway. You just hear, like you hear the carpet and everything.
One sound effect.
all the way up. And so I'm like sweaty, and I'm like, oh,
And then I start working on it later, putting it together, screwing things in.
Rip the box open.
Yeah.
And then I was sitting on it later getting comfy.
So
and then I went to have margaritas with my friends.
You know how I describe his sound effects?
Uncompetable.
So yeah, I did a whole ass workout before I
Yeah.
didn't even mean to before
Nice
I
workout.
went into works. So I just sprayed myself. I probably drenched myself in cologne because I was like, I'm probably stinky, but I don't have time to change.
I never ever wanted to be a man. I wanted to be a pretty lady.
Can you play the you piece of crap?
Yeah, sure. Piece of crap.
Hey, Alan. Just got home from work. Started listening to your show, and to be honest with you, still not good. I missed Rover today because I was working. So guess what I turned on? From Rover's Morning Glory. Eat that, you piece of crap.
piece of crap.
Oh, man. Listen, I appreciate anybody who takes time out to engage with this program. It's all about the engagement, Bill.
Yeah, so what a weird
You
thing
know
to do,
that.
too.
Huh?
Be like, I'm not listening to you. I'm just calling to tell you I don't even care about you. So just so you know, I don't care about you.
Yeah.
But even though he is not listening, I'm still going to start the weekend for him.
Are you sure you want to do that?
Yeah, I think so.
For that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Or for everybody.
With his
him and everybody.
thick
yeah.
Pennsylvania accent? Oh, no.
Hey,
Is
see
it
my friend
already time to
Donnie?
start the weekend? Donnie, it can't be. All righty. Well, the Bill Squire Friday Get Down is in honor of the late, great Murray Saul here at WMMS. It's how we begin the weekend. Take it away, William.
It's Friday morning. You got to get down on Friday. Whether it's at the Alan Cox Show, Rover's Morning Glory, listening to Corey Roddick or Stansberry or the Guardians, we don't care as long as you're on this station. Crap pizza, crap pizza, crap pizza. It's Friday!
Crap pizza.
Crap pizza.
Yep. And let's not forget Tony McGinty heard overnights on WMMS.
Tony McGinty!
The Buzzard. All right,
and
good.
Rob sometimes.
And Rob sometimes. That's right. Okay, good. There's your Bill Squire Friday Get Down. Go and do likewise. You are now available to the weekend. The calendar thing, not the singer. I've got to take a break here. If you want to get the last word in before we turn you over to Guardians Baseball, shoot me a text. 35192 to do that. First pitch coming up tonight around 6:40 from Tampa against the Rays on MMS.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
To our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival and $1,000.
You'll be there for a weekend full of superstar performances. Foo Fighters,
Fall Out Boy,
Kelly Clarkson,
Kane Brown,
Lil Wayne,
Lil Durk,
Miguel, Public Enemy,
Sheryl Crow,
Travis Scott,
Tim McGraw,
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars, never before seen collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
the iHeartRadio Music Festival,
September 22nd and 23rd.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Keep listening because the next chance to win your way there and $1,000 spending cash is coming up.
Brought to you by Loan Pronto.
Get access to the equity in your home so you can get yourself credit card debt free. Call Loan